did it show? Excluded my man in that courtroom flow. Not a maybe, not a doubt, they sealed the fate. How you sell that story when the evidence won't wait? Stabbings and chaos, the narrative spins, but the DNA's whispering, where do we begin? You're trying to pin the blame, but you're missing the mark. Eddie's outside, lit up, nothing but dark. Can't blame the dog when it wasn't even home. This ain't a fair fight, Eddie's been alone. Can't seal Eddie's fate. How do you even tell when facts slip away? We dance round the lies like the night turns to day. Lights dim down, jury on pause in the courtroom theater. I'm just a part of the cause. You're trying to pin the blame, but you're missing the mark. Eddie's outside, lit up, nothing but dark. Can't blame the dog when it wasn't even home. Ain't a fair fight, Eddie's been alone. Oh, chaos in the streets, but the truth won't die. You can try to twist the knife, but look me in the eye. Exclusions in the lab, but you still want to shout. Did it run through your veins? What's this all about? You're trying to pin the blame, but you're missing the mark. Eddie's outside, lit up, nothing but dark. Wasn't even home. This ain't a fair fight, Eddie's been alone. You believe in the shadow, but the light's never wrong. Eddie O'Brien's excluded, that's where you belong. How you gonna sell that story? Leave him out in the cold, in the echoes of justice. The truth's always bold. In the shadow. Yo. It's Eddie, yo. 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 Yo, it's Eddie, yo, back from the cell, still breathing. They try to bury your 15-year-old, but the truth keeps sneaking. Artie, Paul, Jr., Ryan, and that rat Riley too. Y'all set up a kill.
What is going on, everybody, man? How are we doing? Mic check, mic check. Okay. I had to make sure I was working. Give me a minute. I'll be right with y'all, man. Freaking Eddie.
They needed a monster for the 5 o'clock news. A 15-year-old boy they could easily use. They threw his clean clothes in a bloodstained car and locked up a peacemaker behind iron bars. They call him a predator to hide their own lies, but we see the truth when we look in his eyes. A loyal young soul, so gentle and polite. We're standing together to finish this fight. Unchain the gentle giant, let a good soul breathe. Free Eddie the Teddy, it's time he's released. Break down the courtroom walls, let the truth ring clear. Bring ourselves this boy home in the 30-year tear. hard hands, but the science is speaking. The silence is broke. We're tearing the fabric of the web that they spoke. He's grateful and compassionate, steady and true. An innocent man wearing prison cell blue. The system can bend, but it's breaking today. We won't stop shouting till he walks away. Unchain the gentle giant, let a good soul breathe. Free Eddie the Teddy, it's time he's released. Break down the courtroom walls, let the truth ring clear. Bring our selfless boy home, and the 30 years here. Tired of their stories, tired of the pain. We rise up together, we'll dance in the rain. He's our gentle giant, our shining star. We'll fight till the end, we'll carry him in the shadows, where the whispers die, a pulse and bass echoes as the violins sigh. Tension builds like a storm in the night. It's the tale of justice caught in the fight. It wasn't an oversight, it wasn't a mistake. It's the law that you shatter, it's the lives that you break. When the prosecutor values a win over the truth, you get 30 years of stolen, locked away youth. But the defense is moving with purpose and grace. The filing is done, it's a whole new race. The walls of that box are melting under the sun. Hope is alive and the battle's begun. Dramatic soaring, electric guitar takes flight, backed by the strings swelling with might. The sound breaks the chains of oppression's reign as a shift towards victory starts the game. Now the folders are open, secrets laid bare. Margot Nash wrote the truth for the world to declare. The website is shining, illuminating the fraud, exposing the path that the prosecutor flawed. In the symphony of justice we rise and we soar. With each note we break through, we'll settle the score. From the shadows to the spotlight, we're finding our way. With the orchestra leading, we won't go astray. Echoes of the lost, their voices in the wind. The stories are written and now we begin. With the powerful strings and the basses embrace, we'll rewrite the rules in this infinite space. The tension builds higher as we gather our strength. In the face of adversity, we'll go to great lengths. Harmony restored as the truth comes alive. In the crescendo of justice, our spirits revive. So listen, dear world, to the symphony sound. It's not just a battle, it's a victory found. From the bass to the violins, let freedom take flight. In the crescendo of truth, we ignite the night. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Late night whispers in a darkened room. Janet Donna's fate, sealed with impending doom. A house once safe, now a stage for dread. Struggled for her life, but its demons fed. Oh, shadows of deceit where truth gets lost. Innocence shattered at an unholy cost. Eddie in the frame, but the signs aren't clear. Blood on the walls, but something's amiss here. Something's amiss here. Dragged up and down, her cries fill the air. Stabbed 98 times, so much pain to bear. A bride sliced and torn, left in disarray. But tell me why is Eddie still in play? Witnesses watched, but the story's a mess. 5 to 7 minutes, can't nobody guess. Oh, shadows of deceit where truth gets lost. Innocence shattered at an unholy cost. Eddie in the frame, but the signs aren't clear. Blood on the walls, but something's amiss here. No, something's amiss here. No forced entry, he didn't have the keys. But Ortiz lurked and shadows crafted his schemes. Taunted her life with promises of pain. Days before her death, her fears were in vain. DNA whispered secrets that can't be denied. Fingerprints left untraced, trust misapplied. As items disappeared, paranoia grew. Janet's voice echoing, begging for truth. Oh, shadows of deceit where truth gets lost. Innocence shattered at an unholy cost. Eddie in the frame, but the signs aren't clear. Blood on the walls, but something's amiss here. So remember her name, yeah. Let the story unfold, and justice still lingers. It's a heart left cold. Janet down and fight, we won't let it fade. For every unsung victim, justice must be made.
In the halls of the state, they were building a stage. They had a timeline to meet, had to turn the page. Tom Riley needed a conviction to seal his name. So they locked all the exits and started the game. But the Constitution says the scales must be fair. You can't hide the truth just to trap a boy there. They took the exculpatory proof, locked it up.
Oh, what's going on? What's going on, everybody, man? Mic check, mic check. It took me a minute to get here. Give me a minute, man. I just got to I got to adjust a couple things. Oh, man, what a day, man. What a day. How's everybody doing today, man? Shout out to everybody, man. Share the stream, you know. Injustice, I don't care where it is, man, whether you're in the 508, whether you're in Massachusetts, Rhode Island, New York, down in the Carolinas, Florida, no matter where you are, man. It's wrong. It's wrong. It's wrong. Give me a minute. I got to turn this damn TV down. I'm slacking.
Not promote or promotion any illegal activities. All content provided by this channel is meant only for educational purpose only.
Eddie O'Brien, oh what a story to tell. 15 years young, caught in a prison cell. Trapped in the system, ain't that just a shame? For a crime he didn't do, they played him like a game. Pattern so clear, yet nobody sees. Intentional lies blowing in the breeze. Documented truths, but they're buried so deep. Poor kid lost his life while the system's asleep. Free Eddie, free him till it's backward. Guilty on paper, but he never had the hard facts. Let a fool think he won, that's how it goes. Eddie's innocence buried beneath all the woes. The man couldn't keep his own story straight. Taking the kid's future, ain't that real fate? Welcome back, chat, got us talking hood-wise. Dark humor and metaphors disguised in the cries. Sir, hypothetically, in a murder case, ain't it funny how a fool runs this rat race? Growth don't happen in the middle of this mess. Step back, breathe, man, just let go of the stress. Free Eddie, free him till it's backward. Guilty on paper, but he never had the hard facts.
All right, here we go, man. What's going on, man? How are we doing today, man? Shout out to everybody. Shout out to everybody holding it down. What's going on? You know, shout out to everybody in the chat. You know, shout out to Robert, Aunt Jerry. What's going on? Patricia White. I'm glad you catch it live. Hope you're feeling better. You know, big shout out to Big Ed O'Brien, man, and Trisha O'Brien, and you know, Denise and everybody. You know, I'm sure they'll find their way over here, man. Yeah, rest in peace, Janet, for sure. Rest in peace. You know, what's going on, man? We're gonna talk a little bit about Eddie O'Brien. You know, I wanted to talk about Stephen Parkhurst and what them guys are doing down in RI, man. They have this backpack thing. It's Rhode Island Freedom Coalition, right? And I don't want to butcher their name, but what they do is when guys get Rhode Island Freedom Collective. There we go. Rhode Island Freedom Collective. It's a nonprofit organization in Rhode Island. And when guys are getting out of jail, they give guys a backpack, and then backpack, it has a brand new iPhone, and inside the iPhone it has all the contacts that each inmate getting out of jail is going to need. You know, it has Rhode Island Freedom Coalition's app on there, and all their phone numbers, and that's what guys need. You know, some guys coming out, they need a lifeline, man. They don't really have anything, you know. So Rhode Island Freedom Collective, it's a non-profit organization. You know, check them out. They're over on Facebook. You know, they have a lot going on. Guys that I was locked up with, you know, Kyle Montero, Stevie Parkhurst, man, Kyle Campbell, all former lifers. All these guys were doing life at one point, and when they got out of jail, they decided to give back. I mean, that is what's up, man. God bless them, man. You know, and we're gonna check them out in a second. You know, see what they have going on. But, and I'm sure I'll talk to Steven or Kyle. I grew up with Kyle. You know, we went to Bridgham Middle School in Providence together. You know, what a rough place, man. But I'm glad them guys were able to get out. They were all doing life. I remember them back in the 90s. You know, when Eddie went in, when I went in, everybody was going in back then. I mean, and they're always doing things. They're always at the State House. And I think Rhode Island is still trying to get the life without parole thing off the books. So let's check out their website. Do you guys mind? Let's check it out. Let's see. Let's see what they have over there, Rhode Island Freedom. Where was it? I'm getting very excited coming up for the here we go, Rhode Island Freedom Collective. You know, Rhode Island Freedom Collective is creating a robust network supporting formerly incarcerated persons, influencing policy change, and elevating the voices of people currently incarcerated and their families in Rhode Island and nationally. Welcome to the Rhode Island Freedom Collective, a movement for justice led by those who have lived it. The Rhode Island Freedom Collective is a grassroots organization funded by Mario Montero, Kyle Campbell, and Stephen Parkhurst, three men whose powerful journeys from incarceration to being an advocate embody resilience, redemption, and the fight for justice. Collectively, they served over 80 years behind bars, each sentenced to life under outdated and extreme sentencing laws. Sound familiar? Through unwavering determination, they secured their freedom. Mario, through the passage of Mario's Law, addressing sentencing reform. Kyle, through post-conviction litigation. And Stephen, by challenging the constitutionality of his sentence in federal court. Now they are dedicated to ensuring others still behind the wall have a voice and path to justice. You know, and here's the backpack that they give you. Right here. It has all types of stuff, and it has bus passes. It has a brand new cell phone. You know, it has a T-shirt. You know, water bottle, some snacks and stuff. You know, so and here they are now. Here's Steven. Here's Kyle. Here's Montero, Mario, and this is Kyle Campbell. You know, so shout out to them brothers right there holding it down. You know, if you want to learn more about what they do, you can go to Rhode Island Freedom Collective.org. You know, they have freedom packs, which, let's see, freedom packs. Here we go. You know, here's everybody involved in it. What ex-con. Hey, what's up, man? I know this dude. You know, so they got all their backpacks and stuff and doing good things, man. Doing good things. You know, but if you need to contact these cats, you know, you can go on their website and, you know, you could sign up or reach out to them. And this is all the people that sponsor them. You know, it seems like a lot of people, ACLU Rhode Island, Center for Health Justice, Garden City, you know, so, you know, shout out to everything that they have going on. Big shout out to, of course, your Honor, Honeybee in the house, you know, Mama O'Brien. Absolutely, man. What is going on? It's crazy. Y'all see all the drama going on around the internet, man. You know, it's like I'm looking online and I'm seeing things. Crazy stuff. Crazy stuff, man. You know, shout out to Big Jojo. What's going on, big dog? You know, so check out what these guys have going on, you know, and I don't know if Massachusetts has something similar to it, you know, but you know what? When Eddie does come home, I see Eddie doing stuff just like this. I see Eddie being just like Mario here. You know, Mario's Law, namesake, released from prison after more than 22 years. I remember when Mario did this, man. Mario went in young, man, as a young dude. So did Stephen Parkhurst. They all did. All these guys were doing life and fought. They refused to accept it, you know, and now they're giving back with the Rhode Island Freedom Collective. They have freedom packs, which on their Facebook page they show so many videos of guys, you know, guys coming out and them giving them their book bags and stuff, you know. But those behind bars need to be connected to their families. Mario, Kyle Campbell, and Steve Parker's guest columnists. All right, this was about a year ago, so yeah, but they have all types of stuff on here. But we getting excited for August 7th, right? Big August 7th, man. What's going on, everybody? Hope I ain't offended anybody with the Charlie Kirk shirt, you know. It was dry and it was clean. I was soaking wet, came in the house after cutting the grass. Wifey had to go to work. Gotta pay them bills. Got a big week coming up. You know, I ended up speaking with Karen over on the, what is it? The Harbor, you know, and yeah, absolutely. Rest in peace to Charlie Kirk. Nobody, I mean, that was just horrible, man. To see anybody done like that on national TV and just to see people celebrating it kind of hurts your soul. You know, it definitely does. I gotta wear these headphones because I don't like the way that this computer is sounding. Already, it's sounding like crap. Hey, I don't know who he was assassinated by, you know? I really don't. And that's a shame. That's a shame that we have like another conspiracy, alleged conspiracy, whatever it is. I'm not caught up on the trial. I know they just had some things going on, and that's maybe, you know, you give me a chance to get caught up on that, you know, and we could talk about that. Yeah, I'm sure it is. You know, I know Candace Owens been speaking about that. You know, but I think it's hard for a lot of people to wrap their mind around a conspiracy that big and that deep. You know, I've been hearing little pieces of it. You know, but if a court convicts this Tyler Robinson guy, is that going to be enough? Would people still think it was a bigger conspiracy? I haven't really read much on it. I've been so consumed with Eddie. You know, been so consumed with Eddie and trying to stay low key out of all the drama. But I know that's what drama pays, man. You know, talking about all that other stuff. Yeah, you know, Jess Machado. You know, I mean, I used to have an issue with Jess, and then after I see the way Turtle Boy did her, but it only proves one thing about Aiden, right? Is that I don't think Aiden is loyal to anybody. You know what I mean? Somebody said turtles ain't created, they're born. You know, so but that's for another day and time. But yeah, and I guess JFK mentioned that the ATF was put his name out to the state police. So yeah, it's crazy, man. It really is. But you know what? That problem, what do you say? That a you problem, not me problem. You know, but I don't want to see anyone get jammed up, especially for streaming. But people are being sued for streaming. I'm being sued right now. I'm in the middle of a lawsuit right now, and it's a pain in the butt. It's a pain in the butt, I'll tell you. Just for talking, just for talking my shizzy, you know. But we talked the other day a lot about the juvenile transfer hearing for Eddie O'Brien, and if you're not caught up on who Eddie O'Brien is, because I did share this to a lot of and that's what people need to do, like on Facebook, share this to them wrongly convicted groups, stuff like that. That's what I did today. I shared it to a bunch of groups, to try to bring people's attention to Eddie O'Brien and to other people in other facilities that have been wrongfully convicted, because like there's just too many people that has had to deal with that. I mean, Eddie O'Brien was 15 years old. The poor kid was 15. He was 15 years old when he was charged with a 1995 red rum of Janet Downing in Somerville, Mass.
You got 60 years, man, at your time.
He was a young 15-year-old kid, and the Commonwealth had to prove he should be transferred to adult court. But I think the prosecution, they chose to indict him directly, which skipped, the probable cause hearing, and he goes straight to a transfer hearing. Now, for those that don't know what happened at the first transfer hearing, well, after the hearing, the evidence, the judge denied the Commonwealth's request to try Eddie as an adult. And I think what really got screwed up in there is Bob George not being on his game. He had Eddie plead the fifth. When it came to talking to the to Dr. Bonham and stuff, and he had Eddie plead the Fifth Amendment, and by doing so, Riley was able to appeal it to a higher court. And then the SJC at that time found multiple errors in how the judge handled that transfer hearing. He said he applied the wrong standard for deciding whether Eddie was able to be rehabilitated. And you can find that in Just Deal law. He relied on evidence. He didn't rely on the record, which is not allowed. He made insufficient findings on the burden of proof. He blocked expert testimony, including a medical report addendum. Thank you, my Jerry, for the jewels. Appreciate that. So generous, man. Y'all are just so generous. I really appreciate it. Good. It's a good time of the month. Bills are coming up. You'll see any donations I get. See, here's the contents that was in Ryan's backpack. We got it right there. It's in the book. But there was something I was looking for inside here. I'll tell you what we went over the other day with the blood work was crazy as well. This whole case was crazy. And for Eddie to be excluded, imagine having a murder conviction, right? And you're excluded the DNA, you're excluded from the friggin' DNA. That's crazy, right? That is totally, totally crazy. It's totally, totally nuts. Now we know Eddie O'Brien was indicted by a grand jury August of 95, just 1 month after his arraignment in juvenile court. With the district attorney presiding the case himself, which is almost unheard of. When does the district attorney ever stay on the case? It does carry a lot of weight, like Margot Nash put in her book. Basically saying that, for jurors to see the official that they voted for carrying the case, it carries a whole lot of weight. Especially the district attorney for the largest county in Massachusetts. Did you see what Adam Deitch said? Did you see what Adam Deitch said? Adam Deitch said, I'll upload it in a little bit, but let me see if I can play the sound. I'll tell you what, when you go from an iPhone to an Android, you're lost. You have like no idea where the hell anything is. Let me see, ready?
I'll go a step farther because the Karen Reed case got all kinds of attention, and the Sandra Birchmore case, because of her family and the reporting, got all kinds of attention. But those two cases raise what I think is actually the most terrifying question, which is because most defendants, most victims don't get the kind of attention that these two cases got. Raises the question, what else has been going on in Norfolk County that we don't even know about? I'll go a step.
What else has been going on in Norfolk County that they don't know about? He talks about the Karen Reed. Did y'all hear that? Oh, I gotta get the comments up here. God damn. Did y'all hear what he said? That is crazy. I'll get it uploaded. This should just take it just takes so much time. And I didn't come on yesterday, and because I was reading the first transfer hearing and stuff, trying to get caught up. If Adam wins Norfolk County District Attorney, he was on the federal investigation of Karen Reed. He worked in that office, so he knows firsthand what went on in that investigation. So if anyone knows how dirty shit is, and he said because them cases were so big, not every defendant and not every victim gets that kind of shine. And that's why I think podcasts and stuff are so important. So, they could take a case. Everyone can take a case. We all don't have to talk about. Absolutely. We all don't have to talk about the same case and step on each other's toes, right? There's plenty of wrong legal standards that are going on there, whether it's Eddie O'Brien. Oh, he definitely knows a lot more on what's going on behind the scenes. He knows how dirty they all are. And he's the only one who will get justice. You know what? I don't know if there will ever be justice for John O'Keefe. How do they get the evidence? Unless somebody rolls, unless somebody tells, unless somebody says he did it or he did it. I don't, and that's the thing about politicians. Are they going to keep their word? And it's kind of just like, I know somebody who's a young state trooper. And there was a situation not that long ago where a higher ranking state trooper got pulled over for DUI. So anyway, a couple other state troopers pull up, and now they come over, and the guy that pulled him over is young. He's running them, all this stuff, and the guy's giving him a hard time. So he pretty much looks at the guys, and the guy's trying to talk to the younger state trooper about, hey, you got to let this go. You got to let this guy leave, and beep a bop and this and that. So I talked to another younger cop that he wasn't involved in this case. I'm sorry. He wasn't involved, but there was a young cop that was involved in this case. So I said, well, why didn't he just bust the cop? And he said, the problem is your other cops won't trust you. And that's how good cops become bad cops, because it's either if you tell on them or if you report them for shit that other cops are doing, they're not going to trust you, and they're going to Vic Mackey your ass from like the Shields. Higgins needs to give it up, in my opinion. He's so guilty. I don't think he ever will, but they are covering only for Higgins. There must be more. But are they willing to all go down for Higgins? Could if this happened outside, like right by where that happened to John, and he might have hit his head on Higgins' plow? And thank you for the 100 jewels, Aunt Jerry. High five. Really appreciate that. I'm not even sure what the jewels are. I have to look into that. Mafia wannabes. Yeah, you know what? But they're not defendants. They're not defendants. And that's the whole thing about it. And maybe we could talk about that, someday this week. It said that by Eddie O'Brien being an indictment, it moved the need. It moved the need for the Commonwealth had to prove that there was probable cause to hold Eddie over for trial. That's why someone else has to be involved. Yeah, I mean, I'll tell you what I do know is I know Karen Reed didn't do it with that truck. I know Karen Reed did not run his ass over. He's too big. There would have been torso bruising. There would have been marks on chest. He would probably have broken ribs, bruising at least. At the very minimum, he would have been bruised up. So I guess under the new, what is it, the Copney Grant Amendment to the juvenile law, there was a presumption that Eddie was not amendable to rehabilitation within the juvenile justice system. It was up to Eddie to prove that he could be rehabilitated. So since he had the burden of proof, his part of the case was presented first, and with Eddie proclaiming his innocence in Jan and Downing, how was Eddie to prove that he was amendable to a program of rehabilitation for a crime that Eddie never committed? And I guess in a lot of these hearings, they want you to talk to a psychiatric specialist. And it was appointed by the court to do an in-depth evaluation. And that's when we talked about Bonham a couple of days ago. To see if he was a candidate. But in Eddie's case, his attorney, Bob Judge, made it very, very clear, right? In his instructions to Eddie, in his comments to the court, that Eddie has a Fifth Amendment privilege, which I think really effed Eddie over right there, pleading the Fifth Amendment. When Eddie pled the Fifth Amendment, it was a bad move by Bob George. And the reason why it was a bad move, because Riley already had the tape from the Amateur test. So Riley already knew what had happened. And we're going to get into the Amateur test towards the end of this. But Riley already knew, basically, what had happened. So Eddie pleading the Fifth Amendment was a big, big mistake. And that's on Bob George. Eddie didn't know any better. But by him, taking the Fifth Amendment privilege against self-incrimination, and I would like for you, hey, there we go. That's what I'm talking about. My man 2 Cents comes through with five people get a forced membership. Okay, 5 people have forced a membership. Thank you. And please give somebody a membership, man. Let's force people to get memberships today, man. Gift people memberships. I really appreciate it. I appreciate it because I know next month's going to be a tough one. So where was I? So he told them to, Eddie's to take the Fifth Amendment. He instructed Eddie not to discuss any aspect of the crime itself with the evaluator, right? The judge said over the Commonwealth's objection that Eddie, in fact, did have the same constitutional right as any other defendant, and he directed the psychiatrist not to inquire about the crime itself when meeting with Eddie. Oh, I bet the judge made sure of that. Yep, there you go. Let me see if I can switch over to YouTube and see who we have, who actually got the free memberships. That was not true. My goodness, man. I gotta check that out. Hang on, people. So because he did that, the SJC, when the First Amendment issue came up, it just created more problems than it would ever solve. And it gave the Commonwealth a reason to appeal the judge's final decision in this case. So when the judge said, that Eddie is going to be tried in juvenile court, now Riley was able to appeal the decision. And the district attorney kept driving home the fact that the psychiatrist said Eddie expressed no remorse. And importantly, allowing Eddie to tell his story, it would have put into evidence Eddie's version of what he saw that night. I mean, the Commonwealth already knew what Eddie saw that night. Do you know how? Because investigators had a copy of the amytal tape. They had a copy of the sodium amytal interview. And he discussed what happened that night. Eddie told the same story before and after. Imagine that. So they say your DNA is excluded. You pass an amytal test, a lie detector test, right? Which they're not going to, of course, it's not evidence, but you could have let the jury know somehow that he took a test and he passed. They weren't made aware of that. There was no reason for Bob George to tell Eddie not to plead the fifth. There was no reason for Eddie to plead the fifth. And Hefferman at that time was a well-respected judge in Somerville. He appointed Dr. Bonham because he thought he could trust him. But obviously, he couldn't. You know, you had blocked expert testimony about the nature of the crime that was relevant to the dangerousness. You know, and they said that this decision became one of the most cited Massachusetts juvenile transfer rulings. When evidence, judges must consider how rehabilitation versus dangerousness must be evaluated. You know, but, you know, back in 1996 in Massachusetts, you know, a courtroom packed so tight, you could feel the tension. You got Eddie O'Brien sitting at the defense table, barely old enough to drive, you know, and you heard Margot Nash telling you over and over how Eddie repeatedly is playing tic-tac-toe with the defense team, you know, with the lawyers. He just wasn't interested as to what was going on because he had no idea he'd be there 30 friggin' years. And back then, shit wasn't about science. You know, it was about brain development, trauma. It was about fear, politics, public pressure, you know, but Eddie's transfer hearing, I think, became the perfect storm. See, in 1996, right, in 1996, juvenile transfer hearings, they want to know if this kid can be saved or is this kid a monster? Do we throw him away or can he be saved, right? And let's hope prison takes care of that for us. You know, they want to know, they want judges to, I think it was I forgot what the name of it was, but it was the 11961, where it tells judges, you know, things you have to, you know, look against, the seriousness of the offense. Yes, he didn't know how evil and corrupt the judicial system was. Whether the juvenile system could rehabilitate them before the age of 21. I don't need them right now. You know, but the judge had wide discretion and the science was outdated. The science was old. I mean, kids were treated like many adults that was not making good decisions. They weren't developing, their brain is not developed as fast, right? Nor does a child that age have the emotional maturity or intellectual ability to do anything more than in that situation. Absolutely. Eddie believed the truth was going to come out. And it's a shame. And JoJo says that every day Eddie was still thinking that. You know, they were still thinking that. The judge used, he said that wrong legal standard. These are the things that Riley was able to appeal. He relied on evidence, not the record. Judges and their discretion is out of control. Oh, absolutely. Auntie G, that speaks to his innocence. They made findings that were legally insufficient. I mean, we're going to try to touch base on everything today. I got all day. I got till 4 o'clock. But this shit alone right here tells you how shaky the juvenile justice system was back in 1996. And I mean, yeah, somewhat I'm sure is better now. But how much better? I don't know. But you fast forward to today, and we talked about this a few weeks ago. You got that case. I got these written down. Excuse me. There's 3 cases. Roper versus Simmons is a 2005 case, and it's basically no death penalty for juveniles, it says, right? And then there's Graham versus Florida, which is a 2010 case. And that was for no life without parole for non-homicide juveniles. Do you know that the United States of America is the only country that was given life without parole to juveniles? Imagine that. I did not know that. I was floored. And Miller versus Alabama, which is a 2012 case, mandatory life without parole for juveniles is unconstitutional. And then you have Montgomery v. Louisiana, which Miller applies retroactively, and the science, man, is crystal clear now that that kids' brains are not fully developed. Their brains are not fully developed, right? Their impulse control is all screwed up. Their judgment is out of whack. Their risk assessment, that stuff is still cooking up in their brain. So trauma and the environment that you come from, right? The adolescents probably are major factors. Because, listen, kids like Eddie, kids like myself, growing up, and a lot of kids that I grew up with, a lot of kids I grew up with are no longer with us, or a lot of them are sitting up in maximum security up at the ACI or over there in Massachusetts. They are major factors, Mikey. Absolutely. This has made me want to scream. So sorry for your loss, Eddie. I mean, kids are amendable, we know now, to rehabilitation. And what do adult prisons do? It just makes the kids come back even faster. But today's transfer hearings, in the states that still use them, not all states have transfer hearings. They all have something similar, I believe. But in today's hearings, the states that use them, look, they got to look at the science. Is there a history of trauma? Are they mature? What's the environment that they live in? Can we rehabilitate them beyond the age of 21? What's the long-term safety of these guys? So basically, they're going to go from, is this kid dangerous, to how do we prevent this kid from becoming dangerous? It's a whole different philosophy. It's a whole different philosophy. Oh, you know I gotta write a lot of this shit down. What do you think I am, a friggin' genius? My God, does it matter that I wrote some shit down in a book? But now, if we put that shit side by side, a 1996 Eddie O'Brien transfer hearing, and we talked about this a couple weeks ago, and we look at a transfer hearing of back when, we see the difference. 1996 transfer hearings, you had no modern brain science, no experts, right? Judges were incorrect about the legal standards they were using. A lot of the fear coming from John Q. Public that influenced the judges. Absolutely. Juveniles seen as young adults, right? Not really as, a developmental group, and then if you let's look at today, right? Modern juvenile justice, right? Let's look at it today. Rehabilitation today is judged on, can we rehabilitate them, not the count, the capacity, right? Brain science is central, when back then, nope, they didn't want to hear it. No brain science, nothing. Today, you have to have an expert. Back then, experts were blocked. Thank you. I really appreciate that, Robert. I'm glad people see that. Really appreciate that, man. It's a lot of work, man. It's a lot of work. When I jumped into this, I wasn't really thinking, and how much work it really is. Yeah, we can look things up. I can Google a couple things and be able to do a live stream, but to dig down into this case and to know it all, to go to, thetruthabouteddieobrien.com and go through every file on that page, a couple FOIA requests, like mounds of papers. It's a lot of work, having things like Pacer and different online search engines and StreamYard, it's a lot of work, but I appreciate that. And back in the day in 96, transfer to adult court was common. And if you were a politician, you was awarded for it. It was politically rewarding. It does take a lot of concentration. It absolutely does. But speaking of that, I gotta go get something to drink. So we're gonna play some music real quick. I'll give you all a chance to go to the bathroom, do what you gotta do. And don't forget, coming up on August 7th, if you can get out to Somerville, get out there, the VFW in Somerville on Summer Street. You can't miss it. Big, beautiful building. We're going to be there, as long as the Harbor Lounge is going to be there. Big Eddie Snacks is going to be there, man. JoJo going to be working the door. It's going to be a shocker, man. Margot Nash is going to be there with some books. So order your books. I see some people have already ordered them and started getting delivery of the books. How are they? Are you going right to the 10 chapters or what? Are you going straight to them 10 chapters, man? Good question, right? Give me a minute, y'all. We'll be back.
Facts, let a fool think he won, that's how it goes. Eddie's innocence buried beneath all the woes. See, you gotta let the clowns others believed they succeeded. You didn't fold a break, you just got what you needed. Took it to the chin, not the heart, you see. Don't let the chaos take space in your melody. You're built different, like a lesson they missed. Teaching them boundaries, couldn't find them on a list. Drowning in a puddle, they dragged you below. But now you let them flounder, 'cause they reap what they sow. So here's to Eddie, just as long overdue, fighting for the truth like we all have to do. Step back from the noise, watch him throw a fit. Free Eddie O'Brien, let's never forget this. Eddie O'Brien, oh what a story to tell. Fighting for his life in this unjust hell. Free him till it's backward, guilty on paper, but he never had the hard facts. Let a fool think he won, that's how it goes. Eddie's innocence buried beneath all the woes. Courtroom lights, truth's gonna bend. Heffernan standing tall, trying to defend. Said it looked bad on paper, but it's all deeper. Politics lurking, call it a grim reaper. Eddie was just a kid, caught in the fray, but the power players had a game to play. From day one, they wanted him to fall. A kid in the spotlight, crushed by it all. Heffernan knew the truth. No, it ain't fair. Politics behind the scenes, no one would care. Guilty or innocent, the verdict was set. Justice wasn't blind, it was a political bet. Dr. Bonham was chosen, thought he would be right. A face of fairness in that long, dark night. But the DA smiled wide, played both sides slick. Heffernan thought neutral, but maybe that's the trick. With a stroke of a pen, my ruling was sound, but the world turned again. They needed him guilty to fit their plan, change the laws mid-game. Oh, what a scam! Heffernan knew the truth. No, it ain't fair. Politics behind the scenes, no one would care. Guilty or innocent, the verdict was set. Justice wasn't blind, it was a political bet. Juvenile court, he should have stayed there. 20 years, not a slap, but no one would care. System in panic, 'cause he stood his ground. But the wheels of justice just turned him around. They wanted Eddie down, they wanted him lost. With the stakes so high, he paid the cost. Square one was a stage, the scripts were all signed. Before the first siren, before the yellow line, a kid from the corner, a town in a cage. They traded his youth for the front page rage. 30 long years in shadow-bound cell for a story they manufactured to sell. But ink starts to fade and the truth starts to bleed when power and ambition are all that they need. This is Eddie's truth, rising from the floor, knocking like thunder at the courthouse door. You can bury the facts, you can script out the youth, but you can't lock away Eddie's truth. Yeah, the silence is breaking, the walls have to fall. Eddie's truth is gonna outlive them all. They talked about justice, but looked at the polls, trading a life for their political goals. Nash wrote the pages, the web spread the light, exposing the ghosts that were manufactured that night. The Somerville streets know the weight of the lie, how a gavel can swing while the innocent cry. But July brings the motion, the Rule 35, to strip all the grease from a rigged up trial. This is Eddie's truth, rising from the floor, knocking like thunder at the courthouse door. You can bury the facts, you can script out the youth, but you can't lock away Eddie's truth. Yeah, the silence is breaking, the walls have to fall. Eddie's truth is gonna outlive them all. 30 years of waiting for the scales to tip right. 30 years of turning the dark into light. It's more than emotion on legal pad sheets. It's a declaration to the Somerville streets. This is Eddie's truth, rising from the floor, knocking like thunder at the courthouse door. You can bury the facts, you can script out the youth, but you can't lock away Eddie's truth. Yeah, the silence is breaking, the walls have to fall. Eddie's truth is gonna outlive them all. Rule 30's coming, the light's breaking through. No more whispers in. Ooh, yeah. Late night in Somerville, shadows flicker and play. Whispers of a crime, but the truth lost its way. Crime, the silent sharp as a knife. Janet on the floor, a brutal end to her life. Pinning it on a kid who didn't stand young man. Oh, yeah. They found a knife hill on the stair below. Male DNA, but Eddie's wasn't on show. Fingernails, whole skin from a desperate fight. Riley shut his eyes, turned out the light. What about the suspect and the blood by his cab? What about real leads they refused to grab? No forced entry found, just a political state. Riley climbing higher for his own game to make. Be real, yes we can. They locked away a boy, destroyed a young man. Can we keep it real? Look at the frame. Riley hid the truth just to build up his name. Locked out the facts. Woo! They buried the proof, but we stand right here, demanding the truth. Keep it real. Yes, we can. They locked away a boy and destroyed a young man. Hey, 30 years gone in a cell for a crime while he sat on the throne making sure to climb. Called him a monster, a predator so cold. Changing laws to cover truths too bold. Rule 30 motion, ready to rise. Let's test the DNA. No more alibis. Yeah, keep it real. Test the hilt, test the nails. No more covers, no more political sounds. Yes, we can. Free Eddie O'Brien. The truth is
He's back. Like he's back. Yeah, we're gonna go live. You know, we're gonna go live, and not only me. The Hava Lounge is gonna be there as well. They're gonna go live also. So yes, we definitely will find time to definitely go live and show you what's going on at the event for the people that can't get there. No, absolutely, absolutely. Shout out to the O'Briens, man. Great, great people. A lot of great people in this chat, man. Look at y'all. Denise, shout out to Denise Noel. You know, it was so much, been a great, great help. You know, the last few months where I've been, pushing the Eddie O'Brien, case. So many great, great people. Patricia White. I mean, Freebird, what can I say about Freebird? What a great, great individual Freebird is. Honeybee, thank you, Honeybee. Another great mod. Yeah, that would be nice if Eddie can somehow connect to the event, but we know how the rules are over there. They look crazy. But there's so many great, great people. Yes, Venmo, your boy Mikey at Can We Keep It Real? One word. I really appreciate that. YouTube, it takes like a month and a half, but it's all good. But I appreciate everybody, man. When we're looking at Eddie O'Brien, like he was 15 today under modern juvenile justice standards. And if you look at the bottom, I think we have the modern standards scrolling across the bottom of the screen. Oh, I messed up a word. Yep. So that should say modern juvenile justice standards rehabilitation judged on capacity, not the calendar. Brain science is central. Expert testimony is required. See, at one point, expert testimony was not accepted not accepted, and the judge must use strict constitutional standards now. Public safety is long term, not reactive. So juveniles are not getting life without parole anymore. You change the law, can we change the sentencing? I mean, if Eddie O'Brien was 15 years old today under today's law, would he even be eligible for a transfer? Would the science change? The hearing would look completely different. You know, because I don't think this case is just a story. I believe it's a pretty big place. I Googled it online and they had some pictures, and it looks like, I believe it looks like a pretty new building. It looks like a nice, modern, new building. You know, I will ask because I think Karen from the Harbor Lounge was going over there to check it out, to see how it was and to see how the setup was and all that. You know, so yeah, let me see if that worked. Yeah, let me see if that worked out, you know. So I believe it does have AC and all that, but we'll definitely check. But let's look up the building. Right, the Somerville. Let's see. All right, let me get you all back on screen here. We're gonna check it out right now for y'all. I'm gonna pull up the pictures. We're gonna go look right now. All right, I think I gotta make that a little bigger, huh? All right, so this is the building right here, the George Dilboy VFW Post. Yeah, it looks like a pretty new place, you know. And let's look inside, see what they got. VFW Hall. Okay, no, we don't want that. Let's see. Okay, here we go. Here's pictures of the hall. So yeah, I would think they have air conditioning. Yeah, I would think they do. Let's see. VFW City of Somerville, Mass, VFW. You see photos. Oh, they do bingo. If they got bingo, they gotta have air conditioning. Pretty nice place. Pretty nice place. Look at it over there. Oh, so this must have been when they did all the construction. Can y'all see the pictures? So yeah, it looks like a pretty nice place over there at the VFW. So yeah, we pulled up all the pictures up here. So yeah, it looks like a very, very nice place, and we're gonna have a very good time. I hate when this business Facebook stuff. Oh my god, I like so hate it so much. You try to click on Facebook and the whole meta comes up and it's like, oh, that was so not what I was looking for. Let's get back to talking about Eddie. I think the Eddie O'Brien case, I don't think it's just a story about one kid. You know what I mean? I think it's a snapshot of a system. You know what I mean? Before it learned how kids actually work. And it's crazy because it took to 1996 or up to 2000 to realize how kids work. No wonder why schools are the same. Bingo. My wife likes to go to bingo up here at Foxwoods, and it's not too far from the house. So, if anyone's ever up near Foxwoods, give us a call. We'll have to all go to Foxwoods together and go to bingo. But Eddie O'Brien's case, I don't think it's a story about just one kid, right? I mean, it's basically a picture of the justice system before it learned how these damn kids actually work. I mean, 1996, it was the era of adult time for adult crime. And today we asking the right questions, right? What happened to this child, man? Look at this kid on the other side of the screen. What happened to Eddie, man? What shaped these kids? Can they grow? I mean, Eddie became an adult in prison. He's a big kid, right? That's what it is. Bottom line, Eddie O'Brien is a big kid. The poor kid became an adult in prison. He don't know what you went through and like I went through and other people went through life, the stresses that we had. Not that Eddie O'Brien didn't have his own stress, but he never experienced. Yes, Margot's book is out. You can order it on Amazon, and she is bringing some copies to the event on Friday, so, but yes, you can order Margot's book, Politics of Murder, with the 10 chapters. Let me ask anybody that got the book, did you go right to the 10th chapter? Did you go right to the 10 chapters? There's a couple chapters I'm very interested in. Oh my God. I gotta wait till Friday to get my book at the event. Damn, can someone overnight me a book? I can't wait. I still got this one, which we gotta finish reading. I got it outlined everywhere. Look at this. I might as well just colored it friggin' yellow. Oh, you can't see. Look, see all the outlines? Look, all my underlining stuff. I might as well. I should have just painted the damn book yellow. And I need to get this video up on yeah, I like highlighters too. I found these cool ones that are like acid-free gel highlighters. Oh, if this works, I'll be so ecstatic. Damn it. How do I change it? Let me see. Come on. This meta shit drives me crazy. It just drives me crazy. Let me try this other computer. I got that stupid meta business on there. When I go online, it just gives me such a freaking problem. Guess it didn't work. Well, anyway, let's get back to this. Yeah, you can actually go to yeah, the second edition is yellow. Yep, the second edition is yellow. It takes me a minute to get caught up. I got so much shit going on. But I think the like I said, the Eddie O'Brien case, it's like a snapshot of the justice system before we knew how kids worked. They knew how kids worked in 1996. I mean, I don't want to bullshit anybody, but it was the era that adult crime for adult time. Yes, stand with Eddie, August 7th, fundraiser, people. Absolutely. I mean, it didn't work as good as I wanted it to, but let's see how this is. Yep, 10 books. Everything's in the second edition. So you get everything that was in the first book. But people, if you got the first book, just support anyway and buy the second book. Even if you do have the second book. I mean, the first book. Let me see if this worked. We got rid of Fat Joe and his glizzies. So we'll wait and see if this. So here is the Amazon link. Honeybee put that up, so you can copy and paste that as well. And don't sleep because the we're gonna have two good podcasting platforms over there. There's room, plenty of room. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to the Harbor Lounge over there. But you see, we got two big billboards right here. Both gonna be at the August 7th event. Can we keep it real? And the Harbor Lounge is both gonna be on hand on August 7th at the VFW, Somerville, Mass. Air conditioning. We have microphones set up. Your boy Mikey is gonna go up there and bust down basically, a quick story about Eddie, about the timeline and how all this went down and how it all happened. It's just about asking the right questions, but I think we're gonna have a great time. So we got the billboards up. Check it out, huh? Can we keep it real podcast and the Harbor Lounge? So shout out to them guys. I also bought the first edition. Just bought Deliverance Wednesday. Thank you. Nice. I received the first book as a gift from somebody. But I'm not mentioning any names. It was a gift, and I really appreciate that little nugget. I appreciate the gift. And I'm looking forward to seeing all y'all on next Friday. I got a hotel already set up. I'll be reserving. I gotta get a rental car. Because it's kind of far from where I am. So I will be there. So yeah, it's going to be an expensive weekend for me, and I'm probably going to have to take my 13-year-old daughter with me, so it'll be even more expensive. But I think it'll be good. She can meet all the. What are you doing? Hey. Oh, all right. I was about to knock out a cat. No, I'm just kidding. Again, pass my book to another true crime lover. That's awesome. Read it and pass it on. But and how do we protect the community without throwing children into the deep end of the adult prison? Let me tell you, when I went through the joint, and this was the same time Eddie went through, it was no place for any type of kid to be over there, no type of environment. Rhode Island, you had guys like Charlie Sanders, and Charlie Sanders was just like Bubba. You know what I mean? And you had other guys, and what they would do is they would try to be friendly with you, come roll up on you. And, hey, you wanna pretend box, want to slap box? Before you know it, they got you in a hug. They knock your ass out. They're dragging you in a cell, and where three guys are watching the door. And there you go. You're holding on to someone's pockets. That is so nice. Get Margot's autograph, huh? And I think Denise Noel is going to be on hand signing autographs as well, as famous as she is. So don't forget, we'll have to get Denise's autograph as well. And the legendary JoJo, huh? Don't meet JoJo. I think we should auction off JoJo, like a dinner with JoJo, and the money, like how much can we raise? I mean, it's not fair to auction me off because I don't live up there, so you might be waiting a long time for your dinner. But I think that's a great idea, right? We'll get a handful of guys that are over there in the area, in the community. I'm sure there's going to be a bunch there. JoJo's bringing a whole clan of people with him. You know what I mean? It's going to be like Costa Nostra all over again, And shout out to JoJo, man, my guy. Good people, man. Good people. JoJo knows a lot of people. We actually know a lot of the same people, believe it or not. What does that tell you? But shout out to JoJo, really nice guy, turned himself around. A guy went to jail for going to work. Picketing. That's the same shit they got your boy Turtle on, picketing. But I think Eddie's transfer hearing is a friggin' time capsule. Believe it or not. A reminder of how the juvenile system has come and how far it still needs to go. Because Eddie O'Brien's juvenile transfer hearing, if it was like, it was a major Massachusetts legal battle back in 1996. And Bob George, his bum ass probably didn't even think it was going to go to he probably didn't even think it was ever going to see a transfer hearing. And then with the SJC ruling that the first judge used the wrong legal standard, well, that's Bob George's fault also. Why? Do you remember? Because Bob George had Eddie plead the Fifth Amendment when he didn't have to. They already had the amateur test. They already had the tape. They already knew what Eddie had said went on in that house. So what the Eddie O'Brien transfer hearing was really about, Mikey, lunch with JoJo, you bid 5 cents. 5 cents? Are you coming from Rhode Island as well, Miss Teresa? We all the way up on the tip up near, we're in Westerly, actually. we are not far from Foxwoods. So we're going to get a room up there. Is Pittsburgh on the way? You can stop by and grab me. Honeybee, I wish. I'll tell you what, though, if I was well off, Honeybee, we would send a jet. If I was like Dale Earnhardt Jr., you know what I mean? Because his father was like my favorite NASCAR driver of all times. If I was like Dale Earnhardt, I'll just send my plane to get you. Or maybe when Eddie gets out, he feels so appreciative after the Commonwealth gives him all them millions, he could buy us a jet. Can we keep it real? Jet. Yeah, but we don't have really a very reliable vehicle, so it's better off if we just rent a car and we're gonna stay the night because I'm probably gonna be exhausted because I worked the night before, so. You promise, Honeybee? You all heard that, right? Honeybee will be there when Eddie walks through those doors, no matter what it takes. I believe you. We had a beehive in my yard yesterday. It stung the shit out of me. Oh my God. Oh, Bristol. My Uncle Eddie lives in Bristol. He used to work for Tommy Williams over there at the Shell station on Medicom. Your word is your bone. I hear you, man. I hear that. Are we talking about the Eddie O'Brien? We're just bullcrapping today. But Eddie O'Brien was 15 years old when he was charged with the 1995 murder of Janet Downing in Somerville, Massachusetts. But Eddie was a kid, a juvenile, and the Commonwealth had to prove he should be transferred. You know what? I hope Tom Riley's there when Eddie walks out. That's right. That's right. You got locked up. They won't let you out. You're absolutely right, man. I could show you there's some great school committee hearings. I got a friend, Bob Caradillo, that's always fighting. And I'll tell you what, now and it ain't just that one school district, people. You don't realize how crazy the school districts are. These school committees to keep things like under wraps. Like you don't realize how crazy your town meetings are until you start going to them. There was no reason for Eddie O'Brien to be transferred to adult prison. But prosecutors chose to indict him directly, right, which skipped the usual Part A probable cause hearing and went straight to the Part B transfer hearing. And that's why a couple streams ago I put upstairs, please. And I think the O'Briens can relate to this because they was waiting at the courthouse for the court hearing to be downstairs. And it ended up being upstairs. And they were like, what? Upstairs? Yeah, he's being arraigned as an adult. Whoa. What? Oh my God, that is awful. What did Robert say? You mean you can drive there in 15 minutes from your place? Or you can't? everything about what they did to Eddie was rotten to the core. And they still messed with him. 31 years, they're still effing with Eddie today. They are still messing with him today. Taking things away. You know, you're not supposed to do that. Oh, what they did to Eddie O'Brien is horrible. Well, if he's only 15 minutes from the VFW, we will make sure that Robert gets there. So in 1996, big shout out to Sunflower Wild Glory. How you doing? You want us to get you a ride, Robert? If you want us to get you a ride, let me know. You can message me privately, or I think you have my number. Let me know, and if I have to, I'll get you there. I'll go pick you up. Because I think the hotel I'm staying at is, let me see. Yep, I already got the room all set. I think the hotel I am staying at is the Fairfield Inn and the Marriott Boston Medford on Station Landing, Medford, Mass. You know, so I'll be staying there, so I shouldn't be too far away. You know, and yeah, we'll definitely get Robert there. I'm sure we could figure something out. The front lines are right outside your front door. The front lines are right outside your front door. Robert, Mikey, family free. Eddie O'Brien. I can get there. Okay, Ab's good. Robert can get these. Said, oh shit, Mikey's gonna come get me, man. I ain't driving with that crazy guy. He's from Rhode Island. He's from Rhode Island. He's crazy. But one of us can get you. Shout out to Aaron. Is that a new picture you have? Look at you. He said, nope, I'm good. All right. As long as we get you there, Robert. Look, everybody's worried about Robert. Look, it confused us. You can't get there. We just want to make sure. And if anyone else that lives in the area that may need a ride, I mean, I don't want to be offering all kinds of shit that I can't come through on. But I'm sure there'll be people there that wouldn't mind not going far away to pick someone up. Or maybe somebody wants to go that somebody lives by, so if maybe somebody wants to go and they're saying, hey, I live in this town, is anybody, close by, that maybe want to help me out, and I'll tell you what, and if we have any of these in the future, we'll plan it, we'll get together and we'll all plan it. But a lot of people say, how did Riley appeal, the first hearing? And really, because he told Eddie to plead the Fifth Amendment, which was stupid. Even me, I'm not a lawyer, people. I tell you all the time, I'm not a lawyer. Everything I learned about the law is self-taught. I started in that old faithful law library inside the Rhode Island Department of Corrections, but everything I know about the law is self-taught. And I even know, like, why did you plead the Fifth when they already had the tape from the amateur hearings? There you go. Yes, sir. 2 cents word. My guy. There you go. I fucking love you, man. Let's go. Hey, listen, I'm going to play Matty over on the W podcast, right? He went down to Mass and Cass. Shout out to Margot Nash. He went out to Mass and Cass Avenue, and he did this great documentary, right? And it's showing you how bad the drugs and the graping that's going on down on Mass and Cass. And he said, and he tried to get everybody to talk to him, politicians. There was people actually trying to line him up. It got dangerous. I mean, he was out there after midnight at night. He went there a couple of times. Shout out to Maddie over there. I'm gonna play that stream for you guys coming up this week. But boy, what a powerful moving stream. And he's saying that, the Boston city officials are trying to keep all the drug addicts to that area, directly that area of Mass Avenue. And I remember when I used to go to Roxbury Post Office when I worked for Amazon, I used to see the whole Methadone Alley, or whatever you called it, all them people on that corner. And I used to be like, wow. And that was during like COVID. I used to deliver my Amazon to Bristol as well. Funny thing about the Bristol Post Office, that the Bristol Post Office, the building is owned by DeLeo, a guy named DeLeo. DeLeo was the same guy that the Providence mayor had his bodyguards go grab this guy, bring him back to his house, and the mayor extorted him for like $100,000. True story. It was crazy. I can tell you that story too. My dad used to work for the mayor, right? My stepdad. And back in the day, Buddy Cianci was, he ran against the political machine. And he wasn't going to get elected without the mafia's help. So, but the mafia said, all right, we'll help you get elected, but you got to get all these guys jobs, whether they show up or not. There was guys actually in prison that were collecting City of Providence paychecks every week. Jerry Dillon, except that Charlie Budlong, a lot of guys was getting these city checks. But the SJC ended up that kind of jobs are more about the envelope. Oh, absolutely, man. Like, Buddy Cianci was such a powerful force as a mayor. Absolutely. Yeah, DeLeo, he owns a post office building up there. and Buddy Cianci sent his security guy. It was like a scene out of Dynasty. You got like a state attorney general, you got like a senator there, you got Buddy Cianci, a couple of his bodyguards, and he said, "Go get that guy. He's effing my wife." Buddy was a great guy, man. I gotta say, I knew Buddy because I knew his daughter Nicole very well. She ended up dying from drugs, but and she only turned to the drugs because to try to get her father's attention. But Buddy Cianci was more in love with the city of Providence. That's what he loved. He loved the city. He loved Providence, and he loved Providence more than he loved his own daughter. He loved Providence more than he loved his own daughter. Man, I can tell you a lot of Buddy Cianci stories. Oh my goodness. But we'll definitely tell that story soon because I think you all will be you'll like it. You like a little gangster story. He was a gangster mayor. But let's get back to why the SJC. Buddy was a great politician. When I first moved to Rhode Island, was during the Thunderdome trial. Buddy actually moved the river. You see, you all know downtown Providence. Well, you see Water Place Park and the water fires. Dr. DeLeo, yes, there you go. DeLeo, yes, the DeLeo family. Yes, yes, that's him. No, I don't think they broke his legs, but he was putting cigars out on the guy's face, and he threatened. He hit him with a fire poker, and then he made the guy go get like $100,000 check, and then he went to the feds, and yeah. But anyway, there was rivers, all them rivers that you see downtown Providence. The early '80s, them rivers were all underground. They were underground rivers, and Buddy Cianci actually, not himself, but he got the contract going. They dug up all the rivers, made that nice waterfront down there. But yeah, they was all under all of these the roads and stuff, because when the automobiles came around, they needed roads more than they needed rivers. So yeah, they had rivers. They used to say that the rivers went under the city. People are like, huh? The rivers under, right? The city, yes, under the city. He was a thug. His lawyer was a thug. I'll do that before Friday. Don't want Tom Riley forgetting about what he did to Eddie O'Brien. Absolutely, man. Absolutely. You need my cell number in case you need bail or something. So I'll come bail you out if you get jammed up. Oh my God, he's gonna. That'd be so funny. That would be funny. But when the SJC reversed, right? When they found, I guess, multiple serious errors. No, Robert's all set. We are on the North Shore, but driving to Billerica to pick up Carol. But we have plenty of room in our SUV. Just let me know, Robert. You hear that, Robert? Contact Patricia White if you need assistance. So what the judge was saying was that the SJC reversed the judge's ruling, right? He said multiple errors in how the judge handled the transfer hearing. And like Hefferman was a sound judge. I think he knew his shit. I think Hefferman's gonna know. I don't think Hefferman's gonna make all of these friggin' errors. I think they was just looking for reasons to screw him over. Oh, thank you, Miss Boyd. Thank you, Patricia. I really appreciate that. You know, And anybody that Venmos me, or let me tell you, like, it all goes back into the podcast and stuff. Like, I can't. I mean, I have one day. I'll show you guys everything that I have. I have over $25,000 invested. I have things that I don't even know what they are. I have 4 cases over here. There's camera equipment. Like wireless mics. I got a wireless mic right here. I got a mic here. This little tiny thing. When I got into this, I said, okay, I want to do this right. And when I was doing the stuff with the high school, but my father-in-law worked on the railroad in Providence. He lived in Mass. I heard stories about the Providence guys who visited. Yeah, I mean, when Raymond Patriarca had control, he controlled from Connecticut all the way up to Maine. He had a lot of control of the North End. Matter of fact, I think after D'Annunzio just passed on, right? Big Cheese, I think control went back to Providence, to Matty Guglielmetti, or one of them guys. There, who have a son. I was talking about a few different people. Let me know who. Buddy Sansa, I think, only had a daughter. Patriarca? Yes, he had a little junior Patriarca. Oh yes, Raymond Patriarca had a son. Yeah, Raymond Jr., which is funny because when John Gotti was in power, right? There was I think it was like 1984 was when Raymond Patriarca LS Senior passed away. I actually knew his doctor. She's been on my podcast before. They called her the Dr. Broad. She was Rhode Island's first female neurosurgeon, I believe. I got a book around here somewhere. It's called the Dr. Broad, and she was having an affair with Raymond Patriarca's underboss, Nicky Bianco. Baby Shacks they would call him. And yeah, so she ended up being on like the FBI most wanted. I mean, not most wanted list, but she was under FBI watch and stuff because she was so connected. And back then, she said, "I really didn't want to be Raymond Patriarca's, doctor." I'm not far from Raymond, New Hampshire. If that's where you meant, maybe 30 minutes. No, she's talking about Raymond Patriarca. So anyway, no, I don't think he was a lawyer. He was a mob boss at one time, and then I think he got into real estate. But they got other patriarchs too, other family guys that, but yeah, so anyway, John Gotti ends up taking Raymond Patriarca Jr. out of the seat as boss because there was a war from Boston all the way to Connecticut. Boston guys were getting knocked off, Providence guys were getting knocked off, Connecticut guys were getting knocked off, all because they wanted control of Rhode Island. Because Rhode Island controlled everything. Rhode Island controlled all the way up, to Maine, the Canadian border. So I'm sure you all recognize the name Cadillac, Salemi. So what happened was Cadillac Salemi, even though he wasn't Italian, Raymond Patriarca, he always looked at him like he was like, yeah, Angel Gotti tells the story exactly. Yes. There's some stories about Little Gotti too. But anyway, John Gotti ends up telling Frank Cadillac Salemi, "You are now the boss of Rhode Island." And then that's when Cadillac Salemi had that stool pigeon, Bobby DeLuca, who ended up, when DeSaro was killed up there in, I guess it was at Cadillac Salemi's house. He ended up testifying to that, and yeah, and they ended up digging him up over on Branch Ave behind Billy Ritchie's mill. I know these guys. They ended up digging up DeSaro, who was owned some nightclubs in Boston. And the way they tell it was like Cadillac Salemi, him and he did him in, and then I think Rifleman, Bulger's right hand man, ended up testifying against him. But anyway, them are old ancient stories, man. Buddy is forever missed. Providence was hopping when he did it. Yeah, man. Like, this guy, like, he did a lot of work. He definitely did. He did. Bob George defended him. Who, Cadillac? I'm sure friggin' Bob George defended everybody. All the slime. All them guys, man. I got some stories I could tell you all for days, man. For days. When Scott Hansen walked out the ACI, the highest security prison, intake service center, like when you first come in, it was better when the mob controlled Providence. Oh, absolutely. Let me tell you something. Back then, there was two police. You had the police department, the real police, and then you had the mafia. And all the mafia did was police their own guys. And when their own guys get out of hand, they got whacked. It wasn't like, citizens was getting killed, but their neighborhoods, you wasn't walking through like Federal Hill and like nothing was going on. People were quiet. You wasn't disrespecting anything. I mean, it was just a different time. I know Somerville was another area that had a lot of, underground connections, old school values, which we don't have that anymore. There's no more old school values. It is weird to say. The mafia, they was, I became a fan of Buddy's listening to AWPRO, man. Good show. Buddy told me that John DePietro had a flop house. And I guess there's a legal case about it, where he would take allegedly, younger woman that came onto the radio station, trying to get a gig, and they had like a flop house and stuff. And I think John got sued for it. Real weasel. In society, a certain reflecting a lack of our old school values in such detrimental ways ties directly into the public school system. Well, yeah, look when they took the water fire event. Yeah, I was just telling him, Pat, how all them rivers were underground. Winter Hill game in Somerville. Yep, absolutely. I remember Buddy, his like I said, I used to hang out with his daughter Nicole all the time. So I was lucky enough to go to a lot of the events, as long as me and Nicole stayed out of trouble. True story. We used to, and then Joni DeRusso would take us, in her little black Regal, and go campaigning, and we would go to like the 1025 pub and all the spots. Got to meet everybody, and it worked out for me later on, because when I would shoe shine, I would make sure I go up to Bobo's and stuff, and make some money, and I always had hustles as a kid growing up in Oneyville. I grew up in Oneyville. If If you're not familiar with it, it's a little area in Providence, Rhode Island. Real congested. It's between all the, I call like the five stars. You go like Hartford Ave, Manton Ave. Yeah, one time, you can leave your doors in the backyard. Yep. Bristol Parade, always. What a transfer hearing was in 1996. I wrote this last week. It says in the mid 1990s, Massachusetts juvenile transfer hearings were basically, can this kid be saved? Or do we throw him into an adult court and hope prison does the parenting? The seriousness of the offenses, do they even care? What's the kid's history? Whether the juvenile system could rehabilitate them before the age of 21, the public will always be safe. But here's the twist. These judges have wide discretion and the science was prehistoric. Kids like Eddie O'Brien and Eddie Wright were treated like mini adults with bad decision-making skills. They don't have developing brains yet, and so on, right? And Eddie's hearing was a total mess. That's all I got. But I wrote that last week. That's so sad. I'm sorry you're going through that. Well, at least you have us, right? You have us in the chat, and if we're ever out there in where's it, Pittsburgh, we have to stop by and see Honeybee. Yep, you can leave your doors unlocked back in the day. The Winter Hill Gang, Somerville, Mass. I see him on Federal Hill, always in Federal Hill. And he used to take his helicopter to the 4th of July parade. I remember me, Nicole, Buddy Cianci, his wife, what was her name? Oh, damn it. But anyway, he had his assistant with him, and Buddy's like flicking his Vantage. He used to smoke Vantage cigarettes, right? He's flicking his cigarettes in the guy's hand like a friggin' ashtray. People did have great morals. I say that all the time, Patricia White. My parents grew up in Southie. Wow. Fort Knox nowadays. Orneyville hot dogs, they just sold that, the Orneyville, New York system. I knew the owner, Greg Stevens. And he was a third generation. But the thing is, like Greg said to me, he said that he's 65. He said, at best, he's got 15 years left, to enjoy his life. He has no kids. Oh, well, maybe you should come on one day, Teresa, and tell them stories about Whitey. He said he had no kids, right? He said, I don't want to work in this joint until, like my father, and just die. And not only that, Mikey, who am I going to give it to? And the Orneyville, New York system, if you're familiar with this area, I mean, it's a hell of a spot. I mean, a big, big money maker. Big, big hot spot. You have coffee, milk, a couple wieners. And the thing with the wieners is they're not hot dogs, right? A wiener, it got veal in it, it got beef in it, and it's a long casing. And they cut them. They cut them to size. And, yeah, so they put this meat sauce on them. The footage of him in a parking garage where they got him. Oh my God. Onlyville is interesting. Yeah, that's where I grew up, man. Onlyville Square. Yeah, the Whitey Bulger movie was it was different. He wasn't a very, very nice guy. Didn't he kill his stepdaughter? Or some shit, or he had the rifleman kill, or something like that. And then they said Whitey Bulger would always take the teeth out. He would always take their friggin' teeth out, man. I was down, where the post office is down in Boston? You got the river right there, the waterfront. I was thinking one day, and when I was down there delivering some Amazon there, and I was like, I wonder if anybody was ever. I wonder how many people they dumped in this place over the years. You know. Then they got a building right next to the post office in Boston, right? And it's like a building inside a building. It looks like this big secured friggin' they got armed guards walking around it. Yeah, they sold both New York systems to this franchise that been buying all types of restaurants. So yeah, they're under new ownership now. So we'll see how that goes, people. You know. Let me see what's going on in the world. Maybe I could find some good videos from Twitter. How about this? How about Brian Higgins, right? Yo, this is crazy. Which I'm kind of like, look, this whole Brian Higgins mess, man, and I'm sure you all know how, back when JFK was building his channel, him and James Jackson did the waterfall video. And I guess allegedly Brian Higgins called into the show, and they had that whole, is this Higgins? Is this Higgins? I could probably find the clip, but I was watching a show and they was talking about I mean, this shit has been bubbling for a minute, right? I guess it's something that just came out to a FOIA record request, and ATF, Brian Higgins, right? Yeah, that Higgins, the one tied to Karen Reed, John O'Keefe, that Higgins, right? I was like, this is just wrong. He reaches out to the Mass State Police, right? Of course, Detective Lieutenant Brian Mr. Friggin' Tully, right? He reaches out to him with concerns about some YouTubers, some bloggers, some online creators that are covering the case. And I don't think he was just venting, and they were reading it online yesterday, right? He was asking about possible arrest records, arrest criminals, not records. He was asking, can these guys be locked up? He was trying to put handcuffs on these guys. You know, he was trying to put handcuffs on JFK, James Jackson, microdots too. Yes, and microdots. And I was just kind of like, and I didn't even know microdots worked for Karen Reed and Alan Jackson. I had no idea. So what does that mean? I mean, I guess the FOIA, it was released in March of 25. Higgins tells Tully that he felt harassed by these online creators, you know, that was covering the case, right? So he said that people photographed him on duty, followed him, filmed him home, filmed his vehicles. He said he was getting threatening mail, right? He pointed microdots, you know, and others. Microdots, he pointed out JFK. Yeah, microdots was employed by Karen Reed and Alan Jackson. I think he's still employed. He was being paid by Alan Jackson. He said he works for the law firm of Jackson, Quickman, whatever Jackson says. But yeah, this guy Higgins, right? He said that microdots, JFK, James Jackson, right, analyzed his shit, his text with Karen Reed, his movements the night O'Keefe died, and he's worried, right, the content could influence future juries. Now, this was back in 2025, I think, of March. He asked, right, imagine this, as big as this friggin' goofball is. He asked if he could be considered a witness and if this could be intimidation, witness intimidation. You know, are these guys over there, you know, intimidating him? You know, microdots, you know, and I'm sure he had more on the list. He mentioned JFK. He mentioned James Jackson by their street name. Right? He even mentioned fears of like merchandise with his name on it, because you see what Loophole does. Loophole does a name on Higgy Bear. I mean, this wasn't a casual complaint. This is a Fed. This is the Fed asking the state police how far they could go. Yeah, JFK and James J. Yeah, he used their government name, and that's scary. I seen a clip with JFK, and JFK was like, you know what? That's scary. And he's absolutely right. Yeah, at this point, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, but I'm not even sure. You know, but yeah, it's definitely scary when, you know, the whole witness intimidation, as much as it's BS and all that other shit, you know, and whatever Turtle Boy is going through. But I think with Turtle Boy, it's bigger than like the First Amendment and stuff like that, you know. It's bigger than that. But I think what the FOIA material doesn't show, right, that there is no evidence that the Mass State Police opened a criminal case against any of the YouTubers mentioned, right? There's no arrest, there's no formal charges, which is good. You know what I mean? There's no documented investigation, which is good. You know what I mean? Because of Higgins reaching out. But it's, yeah, Honeybee's right. It's definitely manipulated by someone. Yeah, Brian damn Higgins. You know, but this was them trying to listen. They could just throw all that creative writing. That's what these cops do, creative writing. You know, they make something small and they blow it out of proportion. I mean, most coverage of this comes from independent creators. I mean, you're never going to hear the main street outlets, you know, doing this stuff, you know, going hard in the paint. And I'll tell you what, that sounded like Brian Higgins, that called, what's his name, Kevin from Boston. That definitely sounded like him. I think the problem here, right, if we're going to keep it real, that witnesses can face harassment online. And I think this is going to be a legitimate concern. A lot of people, I'm being sued right now, and I'm like kind of lost because civil law is a little different than what we talk about here. So yeah, bloggers are being sued, for speaking their opinion. The I don't know, you get the slap defense, but that there's loopholes with that. Public commentary, criticism, opinions, that's all we're doing. It should be protected speech in the United States, right? People have the right to question government officials, government actors, cops. Karen Reed case became a national conversation. It became a national conversation. Everybody was interested because people saw the inconsistencies, right? With Karen Reed's case, the contradictions with Sandra Birchmore, unanswered questions, right? And when the public started losing trust and started hearing all this shit about Michael Proctor, the unanswered questions, and when the public loses trust, well, they start digging, and then they don't care anymore. And it is what it is, and then they are out of control, right? And of course, why does it matter? This FOIA letter, I don't think it's just about Brian Higgins, and about the tension between, being accountable and law enforcement being uncomfortable. But as us as creators, whether we're big creators, whether we're this big creator like JFK and them guys, or a small, tiny creator like myself, should we fear retaliation simply for just covering a case, for talking about a case? I mean, who gets to control these stories? Who gets to control the narrative? Oh, he's drowned in. He's drowning. Let me tell you, you don't go waving your little 2-inch killer in the face of the justice system. And I'm going to read all your comments in just a minute. And if you want, I appreciate gifts, some memberships, leave a super chat, grab some jewels, help your boy out. It all goes right back into the bills and the podcast and, helping out, with the travel and all that good stuff. But it's about creators, whether you're big, whether you're small. We shouldn't be worrying about being sued for covering some shit, for talking about, for having an opinion. Yeah, if I said it, it's my opinion. It's about something deeper, though. Just like in 1996, they want to control that narrative. Because when the public starts asking questions, or the people in power don't like it, they get nervous. They get nervous. Go up here and see. Yeah, microdots work for. Yeah, that's what I understood in that paperwork yesterday. Matter of fact, let me see if I could find it. Maybe they got it up there. Let's see if I could find it. Yeah, it's friggin' which was nasty, nasty work. Oh no, airdrop microdots is creating masterpieces that make it painfully obvious that my friends and I are guilty. What should we do? We'll sick Tully on him and hope he gets arrested for witness intimidation. Nice try, Higgins. It didn't work. Just admit what you've done. And wow. Let me show you this, people. Look at this guy, huh? Ryan Higgins, we believe you. Oh, this is friggin' great. You won't get away with it, neither you nor your friends. Justice for Officer John O'Keefe. Oh, I think here it is. You want me to read it? Okay. Let's check this out. You want me to read it? Do you guys wanna see this? Yeah, especially considering, yeah, look at that. Right. Did Higgins call into their show? I mean, it sounded like him. You know, Honeybee said I was there in the chat and everything in my intuition tells me it was real. It sounded like him. It really, really did. The two dudes, you know, all that stuff. I, at the same time, would not put it past Turtle Boy to be behind something that gets other channels' creators on the hook for speaking up. Oh, I wouldn't put nothing past Turtle Boy, man. He's a snake. You can't trust him. He's a snake in the grass. Yeah, I think cops always took creative writing classes. He's a lone turtle drowned in. Turtle Boy will find himself in jail because they want his ass and he made one or two mistakes. He made a lot of mistakes. He built his, right, you're right, Honeybee. He built his cash flow off blackmailing people. Imagine that. He is evil and vile. Absolutely. I mean, trust me, I am no friend of the turtles. His ego has swallowed him. It's kind of demonic if you look at him. Yep, I am no friend of the turtles. He knows when he went to North Attleboro Tavern that night, who them four guys were there to see. They were there to play, you know, gin rummy with him. I heard it when he called into JFK. No doubt it was him. Yeah, it sounded like him. I mean, I wasn't there live when it happened, but let's see what Higgy Bear is saying. Written statements from Brian Higgins. Report respect the security of its association case, telling Brian DIS Office of Division Command, Massachusetts State Police. Report status approved. Report status date March 25th, 2025. Brian Tully, badge number 3520. Suspect number 1, Richard Keogh, 47-year-old white male. Yeah, that's kind of nasty. Put his address up here and everything, man. I ain't gonna read that, but subject number 2 involved. Subject number 2 involved. Let's see. Suspect number 1 is Richard. Subject number 2 is Brian Higgins, you rat. Exempt from disclosure? Yes. Subject name, Higgins Brian. Record type, law enforcement official. Isn't he suspended right now? Juvenile? No. At times, you would think he is. On March 25th, I met with Brian Higgins, who's a witness. Excuse me, people. He is a witness who is to testify in the ongoing Commonwealth v. Reed criminal matter. Mr. Higgins stated he prepared a written statement with accompanying documents regarding Richard Keogh's and his work with Aidan Kearney and Karen Reed. The provided documents are attached to this report. Okay. I am writing to report a pattern of witness intimidation. Oh boy. Oh, thank you for the 5 gift memberships, man. Forcing 5 more people to be members. And that might have been earlier, but it says, I am writing to report a pattern of witness intimidation and harassment. Right, maybe I can make this bigger for y'all. Is that better? I am writing to report a pattern of witness intimidation and harassment by Mr. Richard Keogh, who I believe resides in Quincy, Mass. Mr. Keogh is also known online as Microdots, and based on public available information, appears to own and operate RKI Designs LLC. Mr. Keogh operates the YouTube channel Microdots, which currently has 31.7 thousand subscribers and approximately 40 videos, some of which I have noted below. Goddamn, Higgins. He also manages the Microdots Facebook page, which has 4.5 thousand likes and 7.6 thousand followers. Boy, you really did your due diligence. This page contains a link to a microdots.com, which is listed as the official Microdots store and predominantly sell Karen Reed related products. Additionally, Mr. Keogh maintains a second Facebook page under the name Richie Keogh. Mr. Keogh began targeting me through the creation and dissemination of videos on YouTube. These videos, the majority of which are narrated, focus on footage of myself and other Commonwealth witnesses at the Waterfall Bar and Grill on January 28th and suggest that I was responsible for or conspired with others regarding the death of John O'Keefe. Whoa, what do you think about that, people? We'll stop and look at some of your comments. What do y'all think of that? Why'd you destroy your phone at the air base, buddy? We still want to know about that. Kevin from South Boston. Higgins is embarrassed. He never thought it would blow up like it did. Never talk to Aiden on the phone. He will record you. Oh, yeah, that's a given. That is a given. Great question at Robert. Very shady stuff. Him and Brian Albert destroying their phones the day before they were served to preserve all of it. Completely sus. Yeah, someone knew that the order was coming down. Someone called them up. Hey, your phones tomorrow are being preserved. They said, oh shit, get rid of them today. Oh yeah, did you see what he did to that poor lady, that Lisa at Roots? I think I reshared. I think she's really, suffering right now with her treatment and stuff, but poor Lisa has cancer, and this is when Turtle Boy went on the whole thing, Team Cancer. When it comes to Lisa, I'm on Team Cancer side. I wish the worst, he said. I was like, you MFing creep. How could you say that about somebody? And Lisa seems like nothing but. She's actually a member. Seems like nothing but a very, very nice lady. Yeah, he made it so easy for them to lock him up. He said he just don't shut up. Take what up with YouTube? I think it's another. For Higgins to take it up with YouTube. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, take it up with YouTube. I gotta keep grabbing the wrong damn mic. All right, so he even went on point to say, like, Microdots has like 40 videos. Facebook has like 4.5 thousand likes, this many followers. Like, he really went out there and did his homework. I mean, he's going after Richard Keel more, it seems, in this part of the letter. We haven't heard none about JFK or James Jackson yet, so but it says Keel began targeting me through the creation, dissemination of videos on YouTube. These videos, the majority of which are narrated, focuses on footage of myself and other Commonwealth witnesses at the Waterfall Bar and Grill. I wonder if he mentioned Loophole Lawyer. You had to mention Loophole Lawyer, guys. So he goes on and puts the date of the Waterfall Bar and Grill and suggests that Brian was responsible or conspired with others regarding taking John O'Keefe out. Well, I mean, is Higgins responsible? Put a 1 in the chat. So I guess the videos he's saying are circulating on platforms such as Facebook, YouTube, X, and utilized as repeated content by other YouTubers. So they're seeing it, they're restreaming it, he's restreaming it, I'm restreaming his, he's restreaming yours. I believe these actions are intended to support an alternative narrative aligned with Karen Reed's defense team and to incite and encourage their followers to intimidate and harass me and other Commonwealth witnesses. I mean, I think that's a stretch. I think that is a stretch. And how can you prove that? You could believe whatever you want. Over the past 21 months, I have lived in a constant state of fear. Come on now. You're afraid of Turtle Boy. You're afraid of JFK. And really, the guy, they ain't gonna hurt you. They ain't trying to hurt you. And I say that just assuming that they're way smarter than that they wouldn't risk their freedom over that shit. I have lived in a constant state of fear for my personal safety and the safety of those close to me. I have had to remain hypervigilant in public, and my daily life has been significantly disrupted. Damn. I have been photographed while on duty at both Nashville International Airport and Boston Logan International Airport, which has caused employment-related issues. What type of employment issues? What are you doing, security now? I have been followed in stores, photographed while shopping and dining, and had multiple unknown people drive by my residence to openly record and photograph my home and vehicles. Well, you're kind of famous, like Turtle Boy said. He's kind of famous. So that makes you, Higgins, kind of famous. A lot of people know who you are by name and by face. So yeah, you're kind of famous, right? I have received threatening mail as recently as this week. I don't know about that, buddy. I have been photographed while on duty. Oh, I already said that at Nashville. They take pictures of my home, my car, both personally owned and my government issued. I received threatening mail. Mr. Keogh has openly admitted that Karen Reed is his client. See, I told you he worked for Karen Reed. Mr. Keogh has openly admitted that Karen Reed is his client and collaborated with attorney Alan Jackson in his pursuit to free Karen Reed. In a social media post, he has stated that he worked alongside attorney Jackson in the war room, transforming ideas into visually compelling graphics. Wow. So we find out that Richie was working for Alan Jackson. So he was doing okay, man. He was monetized on that page, making all of that, that money, that monetization money, any super chats he was getting, as well as getting a retainer from Alan Jackson. He said they were transforming ideas into, different graphics. He said, many of which we didn't even have the opportunity to use them. It goes on to say that on June 23rd, Mr. Keogh posted a photograph of himself with Karen Reed on Facebook. My close friend and client, the very beautiful, brilliant, and innocent Karen Reed. Here's to better days ahead. Free Karen Reed. I believe the photograph was taken during the first trial. Wow. So this is what you ended up getting in the FOIA request. Interesting. Yeah, he just don't shut up. Yeah, his mother did pass away of cancer, and he still went on and say that shitty stuff, all because the lady Lisa took an opposite view of TB. You know, I mean, but to say anything like that about cancer is just like, is off the wall. And I think Lisa is not doing too well right now. I mean, if you was a Turtle Boy fan, like look at what Robert just went through and Miss Patricia White. How do you guys really feel about them comments that TV made, knowing what you went through and everything, and knowing that his mom passed away of cancer? How do survivors feel about what he said? Absolutely, Teresa. Thank you. Appreciate it. Stop by. Share the stream. Tell your friends about me, man. Can we get this up to 1,000 subs? I'm just being held back all of a sudden. Like, just I don't know what people are telling people. Don't sub there. Are they mad? Did I do something to them? Other creators upset at me. I mean, I try to stay out of their business. I try not to get involved in anything. But I think whether you're in Massachusetts, Rhode Island, California, Texas, to hear me clearly, right? I think everybody's voice matters. Your voice matters. My voice matters. Everybody's voice matters. Everybody's voice matters. Eddie, move over. There you go. Because not because of, you don't matter because the state pays you in taxes or whatever. It's because of what town you grew up in. I mean, I think your voice matters because justice is a human issue. I think it goes back to the eye of the needle theory. What a clown. He's unfit to do his job. Then if he's so scared, bullshit Higgy. Yep. I think that other thing with TB, I think Alex had a lot to do with it as well, and Lisa taking the opposite stand as TB on that and backing Alex up. But everybody's voice matters, because justice, it's a human issue, right? It's not your issue. It's not my issue. It's not his issue. You know what I mean? It's not, Mike Crawford's issue, James Jackson's issue, Randy's issue, Turtle Boy's issue, the Blair's issue, Lana, any other creators that you can think of, ARP, Angry Fan, Murder Move. It's not none of them. It's not none of their issues. It's all of our issues. And if you see something wrong, whether it's in a courtroom, I mean, you have the right to speak up. You have the right to speak on it. Speak on that shit. If you all got to drop out, that's cool. Wifey's working. We just streaming today. I mean, but if you see something wrong, speak up. But a lot of times you can't speak up. What happens if a cop sees something wrong? He speaks up. Right? Now, all his other officers think he's a rat. And even if they don't think he's a rat, they have to at least act like they think he's a rat. Because other officers are going to think he's a rat. And if you're rocking with him, they're going to think you a rat. And now nobody in the police department even trusts your ass. You know, and I think if you believe someone didn't get a fair shake, I mean, we all have the right to advocate for that person. You don't need a mass address to care about Eddie O'Brien, right? You don't need a Canton zip code to care about Karen Reed. I mean, you don't need to be from here to demand accountability. A state is a state, man. That the justice system, no matter what state you are in, you may not live in that state, but that don't mean your file never said versus the Commonwealth or Commonwealth versus you. You don't need to be from, the 617, the 508, whatever area code you're in to demand accountability. We live in America. Where the friggin' First Amendment doesn't stop at the state line. I like that, honeybee. I like that. What I mean about the theory is a few deep roots are always better than a field of weeds. Keep focusing on what matters, quality over quality. Mike, what you're doing here is purpose filled. Thank you. I really appreciate that. And I believe that as well. I just don't have the right algorithm thing going. I'm missing something that I'm not doing. So you're a victim of words. I know that's some dirty, rotten shit. I mean, you are supposed to be John's friend. Well, let's get to that when we get. I don't want to get ahead. I just seen something that came before that one, actually. Hmm. He keeps talking. He's making it worse for himself. Take a plea deal, Higgins. They said. Higgins complaining that someone used their channel to express themselves. Oh, Higgins is a creeper. People, keep your head on a swivel. That's not good, Higgy Bear. No, and I'm surprised that loophole lawyer was not mentioned in there. Excellent question, Mikey. Is loophole lawyer in this or not? Because he's a lawyer. That whole thing was a little suspect to me. I mean, except for the first page. Maybe it can be ran through AI to see if it is authentic. Well, maybe we should just do a FOIA request ourselves and go to that police department and pull the records. So if anybody wants to do that, I'll actually get the FOIA request ready, fill it out, send it to you. You just got to send it to that police station, and they have to send it to you within, I think, 10 days. I call BS to Higgy. I don't know why he don't go after loophole. Yeah, you would think if you're going after JFK and James Jackson for them, for you calling, Kevin from South Boston, sounds just like you. Sounds just like you. Why you mad? Yeah, that was horrible what they did to Miss Lisa. Horrible, horrible. The pain that cancer patients go through. When I was young, my grandmother had leukemia, and boy, I was young, but I understood what was going on. I was a little too. I was, like young teenager. But I knew my grandmother was passing away. But painful, painful, painful disease, man, and to hear somebody like TB when he said that, it really struck a nerve, that goes so deep inside a person because, I see people, like I see my grandmother and other people that struggle with the cancer and they fight it with the treatments and stuff. And for somebody to say something just inhumane like that, it goes up and down my side. All right, let's see, where are we? Absolutely, Robert. But if they offer him a deal, he'll rat out everyone and anything to save his own ass. I think they already gave him. I heard off the record, Higgins got what's called the what the hell is it? It's you already get immunity for the day. A proffer. I already got a proffer agreement. I don't know if that's true. Brian Albert's daughter works in the Attorney General's office in Boston. Oh. And then it says, guys, Higgins was present and involved in that entire evening. We noticed factually from testimony and video footage the bar and the station inside and out the vehicles. Higgins was communicating. He was definitely communicating. Like, come on, we know what was going on. You're not butt dialing that many times. I know nobody bought that. When John's girlfriend, yeah, and he was trying to hit up John's girl behind his back. He motioned to John before he even walked out, and every guy knew what Higgins was doing. You knew the body language. Do you read the body language? You always got to read the body language when people are talking to you. Like that was so aggressive, bro. That was some aggressive ass body language. Oh, Honeybee says he has done more to cover up what happened that night than anybody else involved, in my opinion. That says a lot. Where in the world is Joe? Joe? Jojo? Where are you, JoJo? Hey, JoJo. Yo, somebody give JoJo a holler. While y'all do that, I'm going to play a quick tune. I need a break. Give me a minute. I got to go make sure I shut the water off for the fish pond, man, or they're going to be overflowing. Boy, will be right back.
Yeah.
Here's a little hip hop for you.
Yeah. Yeah, ever since a kid, I was born to grind. Growing up, hustling, always got money on my mind. Father was a con, yeah, he played his game. Mom was the queen, showed me how to make a name. Uncle Eric taught me how to stand up strong. In and out of prison, still proud all along. When he passed away, knew we went with pride. Honorable life, no need to hide. Hustling honor, it's in my veins. From the family tree, where nothing's in vain. Living that life, I got nothing to lose. In the streets I was raised, my path I choose. Yeah, neighborhood legends, wise guys everywhere. Joseph DeLuca always played it fair. Running with the crew, remain pizza's my spot. Learning the rules, yeah, this life's got a lot. Sneaking through the windows, back in my teens, lemonade stand dreams, chasing big schemes, no shoveling winters, hustling like a boss, finding blooms and dumpsters, never counted the cars. Hustling honor, it's in my veins. From the family tree, where nothing's in vain. Living that life, I got nothing to lose. In the streets I was raised, my path I choose. Flow with treasure soul, little buckets in hand. Confidence in my moves, made a name in the land. Flea markets on weekends, shining shoes with pride. Man, I knew I was destined for this wild ride. Knew I'd become a thief, it was in my fate. Natural to take what I thought was great. Building my empire, hustling day and night. With each little gig, my future's feeling bright. Learn the game well, got a heart like steel. From the roots of the hustle, I know how to feel. Yeah, the streets raised me and taught me the rules. In this game of life, I'm nobody's fool. Honor, it's in my veins. From the family tree, where nothing's in vain. Living that life, I got nothing to lose. In the streets I was raised, my path I choose. So here's to the past, where it all began. Proud of my roots, gonna take my stand. With the lessons I've learned, I always strive. In the city of dreams, man, we stay alive.
Late night whispers in a darkened room. Janet Donna's fate, sealed with impending doom. A house once safe, now a stage for dread. Struggled for her life, but its demons fed. Oh, shadows of deceit where truth gets lost. Innocence shattered at an unholy cost. Eddie in the frame, but the signs aren't clear. Blood on the walls, but something's amiss here. Something's amiss here. Dragged up and down, her cries fill the air. Stabbed 98 times, so much pain to bear. A bride sliced in two, torn, left in disarray. But tell me, why is Eddie still in play? Witnesses watched, but the story's a mess. 5 to 7 minutes, can't nobody guess. Shadows of deceit where truth gets lost. Innocence shattered at an unholy cost. Eddie in the frame, but the signs aren't clear. Blood on the walls, but something's amiss here. No, something's amiss here. No forced entry, he didn't have the keys. But Ortiz lurked and shadows crafted his schemes. Haunted her life with promises of pain. Days before her death, her fears were in vain. DNA whispered secrets that can't be denied. Fingerprints left untraced, trust misapplied. As items disappeared, paranoia grew. Janet's voice echoing, begging for truth. Shadows of deceit where truth gets lost. Innocence shattered at an unholy cost. Eddie in the frame, but the signs aren't clear. Blood on the wall, but something's amiss here. So remember her name, yeah. Let the story unfold, and justice still lingers. A heart left cold, a Janet down in fight. We won't let it fade. For every unsung victim, justice must be made.
Oh yeah. Wow. That was it.
Yeah. It's right. Yeah. The streets been talking, we hear the noise. Fake love chatter from the girls and boys. Keep it real and keep it quiet, that's the game. Whole clique gang tough, but y'all the same. Run the miles like a track, but can't back it up. Acting all wild, but they lack that luck. Facts in the room, y'all just deny it. Whole squad shaky, I'm the one who supply it. Keep it real or keep it quiet. I'm the one they trust to guide it. Truth in the booth, I amplify it. Y'all just cloud chasing, trying to ride it. Yeah, lights, camera, action, but where's the script? I'm out here grinding, never taking a trip. Y'all show up trending, but there's no depth. I'm cooking real bars, y'all just inept. I'm the one who do the homework, that's the deal. Y'all the ones who copy, stealing fake appeal. I'm the one who break the story, watch it on.
Big shout out to Freebird for writing this song.
In the halls
man.
of the
Where you
state,
at, Freebird?
they were building a stage. They had a timeline to meet, had to turn the page. Tom Riley needed a conviction to seal his name. So they locked all the exits and started the game. But the Constitution says the scales must be fair. You can't hide the truth just to trap a boy there. They took the exculpatory proof, locked it away deep in a cardboard cage, out of the light of day. Oh, they locked it all up in the Brady box, secured by a system of political locks. They hid the unsealed notes, they hid the design to keep an innocent man doing 30 years of time. But the hinges are rusted, the cardboard is thin, and the hammer of Rule 30 is about to cave it in. For 3 long decades, those folders sat cold, while the manufactured narrative was bought and sold. They suppressed the lab reports, buried the text, never caring who was broken
or who would be next. But a Brady violation is a stain that won't clean. It's the ultimate corruption of the legal machine. You were mandated to share it, you were legally bound, but you kept it in the dark, so your case would stay sound. Oh, they locked it all up in the Brady box, secured by a system of political locks. They hid the unsealed notes, they hid the design to keep an innocent man doing 30 years of time. But the hinges are rusting, the cardboard is thin, and the hammer of Rule 30 is about to cave it in. It wasn't an oversight, it wasn't a mistake. It's the law that you shatter, it's the lives that you break. When the prosecutor values a win over the truth, you get 30 years of stolen, locked away youth. But the defense is moving, the filing is done, and the walls of that box are melting under the sun. Now the folders are open, the secrets are bare. Margot Nash wrote the truth for the world to see there. The website is shining a light on the fraud, exposing the path that the prosecutors flood. Oh, they locked it all up, but the truth won't die with the Rule 30 hammer. Justice will fly, no more locked away lips, no more political games. The power of truth brings a heat to their flames.
All right, y'all. I appreciate Freebird, writing that song. Patricia White, as you said that, I actually sent her a link, and I'm actually put her Twitter feed in the chat. And if anybody, she's very approachable. She's an elder of the Mohegan tribe. I don't know if that means anything, but it's at crowroots at x.com. So if you have a chance, go over there, tell her that, you're rooting for her, and tell her that, Mikey sent you. Very, very nice lady. But when Turtle Boy ever said that he's Team Cancer, I was just kind of surprised. Yeah, Loophole does say that. He says, Loophole actually says the real killer, Brian Higgins, on every video, and he don't get bothered. Yeah, so if somebody wants to go by that police department, I'll fill out the FOIA request. I just need somebody to be down there to drop it off and maybe pick it up. But it's crazy for Higgins to say stuff about JFK. Maybe he's targeting the locals he thinks have influence. They thought they were going to get away with it. Very possible. Smart thinking. Jojo, where are you? Auntie Jerry on G, just like they did with Eddie. The bone pain from chemo is excruciating. Oh, man, I'm so sorry. Jojo's back. Jojo is back in the chat, people, by popular demand. They're all in pain, man. They're all in pain, these poor people, man. I wish I could do something to ease their pain. Yeah, people are missing you, JoJo. I started talking about we might auction JoJo off, and they're like, yup, up, beep, that, bada beep, bada boom. They, oh, well, let's go. We're gonna pay off one of them experts Friday night. We're gonna make enough money. JoJo gonna bring a whole team of guys. All you ladies are gonna have a whole bunch of people to go to dinner with. You know, raise all the money for Eddie. Yo, get busted for like, oh my god, man, crazy. Driving and listening, yeah. You know, JoJo, we were talking about the plus we always talk about Eddie O'Brien. You're out of your minds. You know, and then we started talking about the ATF agent Brian Higgins, that he actually tried to get a couple YouTubers locked up. You know, try to get guys locked up, man. And but this is America, right? A place where your friggin' First Amendment doesn't stop at the friggin' state line. A kissing booth with JoJo. Oh my god. Hey, easy there. I said dinner. I didn't say a kissing booth. Hey, if we got to do this again, we'll just get a carnival to come in and have a big ass fundraiser. I'm telling you, we could do this big. Or we can have a live concert. Don't worry about above the law, JoJo. We work below the law. You know what I mean? We handle that. These people are above the law. Yes, they are, man. Yes, they are. You know, and like I said earlier, Joe, right? I said it don't matter where the hell you live. It don't matter if you're in Massachusetts or California or Texas or anywhere else, right? Your voice matters, not because where you live, not because what state you pay taxes in, not because of what town you grew up in, not because you're a tough guy on the block, not because you're the toughest taxi cab driver with white kittens. It's bullshit everywhere, man. Justice is a human issue. It's not an individual issue, man. It's a human issue. And you see something wrong in a courtroom, you have the right to speak on it. But most people don't because they don't want to get stepped on. But if you see this inconsistent BS in a case, that you have the right to question it. If you believe someone didn't get a fair shake, you have the right to be an advocate. They also have the right to step on you, but it's part of the territory. They can't silence everyone, exactly. If you buck, I buck, right? You buck, we buck. You jump, we jump. You go, we go. The old timers used to say, like, I remember, you know, in the 90s when the whole phone list stuff came out in Rhode Island, you know, and everybody was like, oh, I ain't signing that phone list. I ain't signing that paper. And the old timers said, kid, we already did our time. We already busted head. We already did what we had to do. Cherry trying to get you killed, huh? God damn. Right? See, JoJo? See how easy it is? See how easy it is, buddy? Okay. Oh, man. Hilarious, hilarious, hilarious. You know, yeah, if you see something, say something. Imagine that. You know, but I don't think we need a Massachusetts address. You better run fast. I don't think you need a Massachusetts address to care about Eddie or to care about Eddie Wright. or to care about somebody in Texas that is wrongly convicted and we're talking about their case or wherever they may be. You don't need you don't need a damn Canton friggin' address to, scream Karen friggin' Reed. I mean, shit, we live in America, right? This is where the First Amendment doesn't stop at the state line, for crying out loud. Shit, justice belongs to all of us. A place where voices from every corner can come together and say, damn, that sounds like something a politician would say. It's your place where voices from every corner can come together. We're good little boys and girls. I mean, I don't know. I think the justice system's effed up right now. And it definitely deserves another look. It deserves the truth, right? But is it gonna get it? Listen, people, wherever you're listening from, don't let anyone tell you that your voice doesn't count. Because guess what? It does. They're gonna tell you your voice don't count because you're not from here. Don't let anybody shame you out of caring about somebody. Don't let anyone intimidate you into silence for speaking up for Eddie O'Brien. Hey, there she is. Shout out Lisa, man. How are you? Lisa is in the chat. Hope you feel better. Miss Patricia White was, we were talking about the turtle in the last situation, that happened, and when the turtle said that he was team cancer, and and I brought you up and said that you're a nice person and everything that I've known about you from being online. That stuff wasn't right, and we have a couple people in our chat that just finished their treatment, and somebody wrote, that what was it? I think it was Miss Patricia. Let me find it. Well, someone wrote that they're right there with you, and they know what you're going through. And I just thought that you would want to hear that, Miss Lisa. But everyone, listen, if you're on Twitter, go check out, at Crow's Roots, everything I've known about Miss Lisa, stuck up for Alex. I'm trying to find. We found JoJo. Yeah, so a lot of people have medical problems in here, but I just, all nice people. And I said, I got to get Miss Lisa over here. Freebird is definitely amazing, amazing, amazing people. You know what I mean? Freebird has been so helpful to me in, helping me get paperwork ready for Eddie. Yeah, everybody's medical is going to be different, everybody's. That's right, JoJo. We missed you in the chat. Yeah, Freebird came up with some nice music, man. I put it together. Freebird writes it. We have a good Is Freebird here? Where's Freebird? And she don't stop by and say hi. Trying to catch up on all the comments. You guys are all so great. Shout out to Miss Denise, Miss Patricia. Lisa is in the chat too. You can run, but you can't hide. Hang on, man. Who's now on punishment and has lost auntie status for a few days? All right, what happened? What did I miss? That's true. We don't want anyone health at risk. Auntie G is exempt from punishment. JoJo's always far away. It's kind of like Anthony. Remember that old friggin' Spaghetti's commercial? But back to the First Amendment, it doesn't stop at your state line. It doesn't stop whether you're in Connecticut or right here in Rhode Island or Massachusetts. It doesn't look right? So wherever you're listening from, don't let anyone tell you that your voice don't count because you're not from here or you're not from there. Screw that shit. You're better than that. You are for sure. You are absolutely better than all of that. Pastry's your downfall, huh? So what really happened in Somerville? Right, Mike? Absolutely. I know where you are, Jojo. Pastry is my absolute downfall. I won't eat it all, but then the pastry. Eat it all the pastry. Uh-oh. What was I looking for? Hang on, people. You guys keep talking, and I'm going to look for some. We have the one in the fight to free Eddie. Yes, free Eddie. Free Eddie. Free him till it's backwards. Guilty on paper, but he never got the hard facts. Oh, and check this out. We got a billboard. Check this out. Look at that, man. Can we keep it real? And the Harbor Lounge, both in the same place, supporting Eddie O'Brien. Look, we pulled out all stops. I got the billboard going. Look at that. Bang. See? Somebody should tag Karen and show her that. We got the big billboard going on. You know why? Because
That's the bad guy. Bad guy. Bad guy. That's the bad guy. The bad guy. The bad guy. Commission. The bad guy. The bad guy.
that's the bad guy. That is the bad guy. Say hello to the bad guy. My daughter's laughing. There's something I'm particularly looking for. I mean, shit, detectives locked on to Eddie, right? Immediately. They didn't even waste no friggin' time. He wasn't even out the damn hospital yet, and they were trying to play the okey doke with him and his parents. And they didn't even give a shit about considering anybody else who didn't fit their theory. Any witnesses, right? They didn't want to hear it from anybody that wasn't trying to tell what they were rocking. They ignored everything. Any evidence that didn't match Eddie, right, was never followed up. Any evidence was never followed up. She's talking about cracked teeth, not looking attractive. What's going on here? Please don't mind my messed up smile from cancer surgery number 112 years ago. What? What? And now my cracked tooth so attractive. Ah, stop it, man. You'll be good. Be all right. No one's worried about that. The no judgment zone. Absolutely. See, evidence that didn't match Eddie wasn't never talked about because they didn't care. They didn't care. Eddie was only in the house 5 to 7 minutes, yet this crime involved a prolonged violent struggle. I mean, how long you really thinks it would take to do something like that? Janet was in a violent fight. They were beefing. She was scratching. She was clawing. She was fighting for her life, throwing kicks, doing whatever Janet could do to get away from her young attacker. She wanted to get away from him. She couldn't believe what he was doing. And not for nothing, but Eddie's clothes, they had no blood. Despite blood being sprayed across walls, across staircases, blood was sprayed across the house. Across the house, blood was sprayed. His clothes had no blood on them. The walls, no blood, no blood, no blood. And DNA on the alleged weapon, right? That wasn't Eddie's. How did Eddie do this shit? Is he a friggin' magician? Right? I mean, people, what are you gonna do? You gonna listen? You gonna drink Adi's Kool-Aid? You know what I mean? Since Adi said, "Oh, you drinking? Can we keep it real Kool-Aid?" I'm sick of these. Can we keep it real people in the chat? I heard you. But Adi, you can't argue this shit. Right? Debunk this. Right? When we talk about, there we go, Patricia White. I like that, man. Welcome to the chat family. So much love from a fellow cancer fighter. That's right. Listen up, Adi Ortiz. I think they did say that 2 cents. I think they did say, but then I think JoJo was worried about being 187th and stuff. You know what I mean? He's like, people trying to get me killed. But actually, I hope he's not listening. I don't want anywhere. Don't worry about it. He can't get over into my chat. He knows to stay up out of here. He knows JoJo's up in here too. JoJo's at the door right now at the Can We Keep It Real? He's at the door. Check this out, Mr. Niece. Look at that. Don't forget at the VFW at Can We Keep It Real? And also the Harbor Lounge, talking about Eddie O'Brien, big support. Go over there to the Harbor Lounge, check them out. Tell me your boy Mikey sent you. If they say who, be like,
That's the bad guy. Bad guy. Bad guy. That's the bad guy. The bad guy. The bad guy. Commission.
Tell him it was the bad guy. Right, man?
I'm hungry.
You look hungry. Well, Mom's on her way home. She's bringing you McDonald's.
Did you talk about the donut? Or did you forget?
I'll text her right now and let her know. But Adi, I'm going to say a few things about Adi Ortiz in a minute. But Adi, listen, man, when I ask Adi, why is Eddie guilty? And all he would say, we're going to talk about the last chat Adi was in, all them screenshots that I ended up getting my hands on, where Adi's basically saying that it wasn't Eddie. He's all but saying it was not Eddie. And them text messages was so interesting. And there's people in here that were present in that chat. But I think it was the Harbor was asking, matter of fact, Denise, see if the Harbor is still live. And since they have StreamYard, tell them I'll send them a link and we can all link up together and talk about the Eddie O'Brien case real quick. If you want to do that, because I know they were live. I might be able to do it actually. Let me see. I gotta put a freaking PIN number in. Are you serious? Get out of here. Let's see if they're still live. Maybe I'll send them a link. Margot really touched base on a lot. They would talk about Eddie on Monday at 6:30. Yeah, the timing's really tough for me because of my my work schedule, but it's all good. Oh, they're off already? All right. I just noticed they were on earlier, so okay. Shout out to them. I love what they're doing. Don't really know them much, don't really know much about them, but all right, thank you. Appreciate you. I should have asked earlier. It was on my ADD mind, but but Eddie's clothes anyway had no blood, right? Despite blood being sprayed across the damn house. You know what I mean? On DNA on the murder weapon, right? Whose was it? Was it Eddie's? Shit, no, it wasn't Eddie's. DNA under the victim's fingernails was never identified. Like, you got more people in the house, but you're only testing Eddie O'Brien. And then when you find out that it's not Eddie's, is that your oh shit moment? But you still got a conviction. Why? Because you convicted him on fear. But you got a man with keys to the house involved in drug activity, right? He was seen entering the house frequently, and his cab was parked besides the house the night of the crime. Well, I think I may just know more because I maybe studied a little bit longer, or I'm sure they'll pick up on it. They'll get, what, the more the better. The more the better. I just think that Eddie probably needs to be careful who he lets speak for him, because you never know what people's agendas are. Not saying that. I just mean in general. I always worry about that. Like, do I want a co-host? Do I want to bring in a co-host, and then I got to worry about what the co-host says, and then I got to be held responsible for what the co-host says. Who has read the new book yet? It gets under my nerves if you haven't been able to tell. Ow. Oh, yeah. I'll tell you what, if I had it, I'd read it for the whole chat, but I can't get mine until Friday because Margot has mine in her possession. We're going to get to Audie in just a minute. But what do we think about the inconsistencies of Audie Ortiz? I have to freestyle this one. I mean, Audie Ortiz has a lot of inconsistencies. Was that chapter as exciting as you thought it was, Denise? Did you open it right up to that chapter? I'll bring some 8x10s and put them in front of the table, and I'll get a Sharpie. My son, man. My son. I don't know what the hell he's up to, man. Lots of updates. They're great. Haha. Yeah, I wish I had it. I'd be reading it. We're gonna start reading it Saturday morning. I'll start reading it to y'all. I don't know if I can start reading it so soon. We gotta help Margot sell some of these books. If you're just getting here, man, hit that like button, man. Appreciate that. Come on now. Janet, her being stabbed 98 times, right? Not one room, multiple rooms. Imagine that like a friggin' horror movie. Now picture that shit. Right? A frenzy, a struggle, a chase, a fight for life, right? And then picture a 15-year-old sloppy Eddie O'Brien, right? The football team guy said it. You know what I mean? Like, picture this big kid, bright white shirt, white shorts, sneakers, and not one drop of blood. Not a smear. Not a fucking speck. Excuse my language. Now, let me break that down. If you can't walk past a ketchup bottle without getting a damn stain on it, right? 98 times, a tornado. And walked out looking like you're headed for Sunday school. Make that make sense. That Eddie didn't have a drop on him. You know why? Because he didn't do it. He was in the house after the attack. You heard him tell you under the amateur testing. I went there. I kneeled down. Janet, oh my God. There's blood on the stairs. Blood here. Blood there. That's not a window for a crime like that. That's a microwave timer. You can't poke somebody that many times, chase them through room to room, blood everywhere, clean yourself, hide a weapon, and then walk calmly out the house whistling Dixie, going to the convenience store to get a Yoo-hoo. Think about it, people. Think logical. Eddie wasn't the Flash. He was a kid who still needed rides to get to places. Look, now let's talk about Riley's scratch pad, because this man wrote down the truth and still ignored that shit. White shirt, damn, this kid should have been covered in blood. Thank you. Demeanor, he wrote. Why is this child calm? Why is he cooperative? Why is he acting like someone who just really? He knew Eddie didn't do it off the jump, off the muscle. A real killer would be shaking, would be sweating, panicking, right? Slipping up, screwing up, want to get out of there. But Eddie was answering questions like what? Like he thought he was helping. Oh, cool. I can maybe help find out who did this to Janet. And then all of a sudden, you got these kids that are jumping out of the friggin' bushes. Don't forget, there's other people in the area, right? But I'm going to pretend I didn't see that. If kids are popping out of bushes like NCPs in a video game, that means this shit's wide open and anybody could have been there. anybody could have left. And then, right? And then check this out. Right, Eddie's not a ninja. Riley wants people to believe. Check this out, right? And Eddie's gonna then, minutes later, walk into a brightly lit store. You know how them corner stores were lit up, like daytime. You can't hide blood in a convenience store. Those fluorescent lights expose everything. Everything. I mean, retrace their steps. Guilty people don't reenact their timeline. They avoid timelines. You guys didn't put any of this shit together. Was your head up Riley's ass that far, detective? And Eddie's thinking, honestly, he's thinking, well, let me be honest, and that'll help save me, right? But Riley used it to trap Eddie. And Eddie's father didn't understand what was going on enough to catch the play. Respect to Big Ed. Riley knew Eddie's timeline was an alibi, not a confession, right? He knew the white shirt was a friggin' problem for him, right? He knew the demeanor didn't match, right? He knew that the convenience store made the theory impossible now. And he knew that there was other kids in the area. And he also knows that physics don't add up right now. But instead of saying, yeah, this shit don't fit, I think we need to look a little deeper right now. He said, how can I squeeze this child into the smallest window possible? He didn't investigate. He calculated, right? He didn't follow the evidence. What did he do? He forced it in there. You dirty dog. You forced it in. You didn't look for the bushes. You forced it in, right? You looked at the altar boy. Damn. I'm not even going to say you forced it in. This is why we keep reading this shit. Because he was forcing in all of these little friggin' nooks and crannies. Because the truth was in them notes. The truth is in the timeline, right? It's in the physics. The truth was in a clean white shirt. And 10 minutes, 7 minutes to do all of that. It's not, you're not doing it. A big kid is not doing it. Just think about it. Just think about raising your arms above the head and swinging a knife all them friggin' times. 49 times, what the hell ever it was. Think about that. Imagine swinging your arms doing this 50 friggin' times while you're chasing a lady all over at the damn house. And for the Downings, yeah, but yes, that's another thing. Adi Ortiz, freshly showered. Right after that shit happened. Let's keep moving, right? We could be here all night. I'm going to go try to go over everything, right? Because the truth was in Riley's notes. That shit was in the timeline. You know, it's in the timeline. It's all over the place. I mean, for anyone new in the chat, you definitely want to go pick up this book. It's the yellow copy. You know, it's not just a true crime story. It's not just, a red room case. It's not just a courtroom drama. But this is a political autopsy. Margot Nash, right, did a great job. A public defender who actually worked on Eddie O'Brien's case breaks down how the district attorney's office overcharged Eddie, how the media just ran wild over Eddie, how the super predator panic shaped the narrative that helped convict Eddie, and how Tom Riley used this case to climb the political ladder. Go get your copy of this book. You can go to Amazon. It's the yellow copy. But listen, buy both copies. Don't just buy one copy. Buy both copies. Buy the original blue cover and then buy the yellow cover with 10 bonus chapters in it. You're not going to want to miss a single page of this project, man. I'm telling you. Read how the evidence was ignored. It was twisted. The shit was just never, ever tested. So this is where we're going to start to look at people around the Downing family. The relationships, right? The dynamics. How many inconsistencies are over there? The things that don't add up. Shit that nobody wanted to talk about back in 1995. Over Gina Mahoney, who was close to the family. Gina, who had access to the family, who had influence. She started shaping the narrative and who the investigators listened to and who they didn't. Well, this is where the book really starts to say, hold up, there's more to this story than the district attorney is telling us, isn't there? That's what I'm trying to tell you. So listen, man, grab your drinks, hit that like button, settle in, man, because I'll be right back. We're going to get into a little bit more of this. Adi, man, you're trying to throw me off course. Your boy be right back.
Yeah. Left my house feeling good, sun shining bright. So Tony G on the porch, just a casual sight. But then I glanced down his door, wide ajar. I had to check it out, my heart racing like a car. I stepped into the entrance, felt the chill of the night. Heard some noise from within, never thought it felt so right. With the creak of the door, darkness feel like a wave. What I saw left me frozen, man, I couldn't be brave. You can charge me, but I'm not guilty. Caught in the moment, life's a little filthy. Wasn't ready for the shadows lurking near, but I hold my ground, got nothing to fear. I called out to Janet, but silence gripped my throat. My instincts kicked in hard like I'm on a tightrope. Bend down to shake her heart pounding like a drum. But what I saw next made me feel so numb. Blood on the floor like a canvas dread. Thoughts racing through my mind, what happened? Where's she dead? Caught in the scene like an actor in a play. Hoping that somehow I could just walk away. You can charge me, but I'm not guilty. Life's a battlefield, got my eyes wide, feel free. Darkness all around, but I still choose to fight. Got nothing to hide, stepping into this light. In the neighborhood where shadows cast long. Every step I take feels like I'm doing something wrong, but I'm just a witness caught in a strange view. Justice on the line, but what's a man to do? Finger pointed at me, but I can't take the blame. Standing tall in this arena, it's a twisted game. The sirens wail outside, bringing chaos and heat, but truth is on my side, I won't accept defeat. Life's a rough patch, it's a turbulent sea, but in a stormy moment I stand, I am free. No incriminations here, it's just a misunderstanding, but time will reveal truths, no need for demanding. So I keep my head high, I won't falter or bow, charging through the thick air, stating here and now. You can charge me, but I'm not guilty. Caught in a whirlwind, but I stand gracefully. Life's twisted plots can try to bring me down, but I'm stronger than the shadows. Wear the truth like a crown. Na, 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 yeah. Left my house feeling good, sun shining bright. So Tony G on the porch, just a casual sight. Yeah, another round. Let's go. When every breakup ends in flames, but when you know. Yeah. Yo, when every split starts a war, it's no surprise. Every exit target got that chip on my eyes. Carolina Lindsay, all smooth like butter, but Meredith, nah, she climbed up. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we gon' take a moment before we dive in. Let me show some love, you know. Yeah. Turn on the stream, feel the energy rise. Shout out to the fam, the ones in the skies. Every comment, every laugh keeps the vibe alive. You're the heartbeat of the chat, yeah, we thrive. Pulling up each night, ready to roll. You make this place lit, body and soul. Vibes in the back, heavy lifting, they don't play. Keeping it smooth, watching traffic every day. Peacekeepers on alert, holding down a fort. Crew full of love, every stream they support. To the chat, to the crew, yeah, we shine bright. Are the backbone of the night, holding us tight. To the members, true believers, making it real. You're the pulse in our heart, let's do the deal. To the chat, to the crew, yeah, we shine bright. Are the backbone of the night, holding us tight. To the members, true believers, making it real. You're the pulse in our heart, let's do the deal.
We see you dedicated, going the extra mile. Not just watching you invested, that's the style.
Lights on, vibe strong, every show's a hit. Commune together, can't take a minute to quit. You keep us going, no watered down vibe. From the chest to the muds, know we thrive. Major respect to the ones who keep it clean. Clean up crew rolling, y'all know what I mean. Don't try it today, they say with a glance. Bringing peace to the chaos, giving us a chance. To the chat, to the crew, yeah, we shine bright. Y'all the backbone of the night, holding us tight. To the members, true believers, making it real. You're the pulse in our heart, let's do the deal. To the chat, to the crew, yeah, we shine bright. You're the backbone of the night, holding us tight. Just know, this is true. We appreciate every single one of you. This is our moment, community's the key. Let's get it poppin', let's set the stream free. So here's to the chat mods and members like, oh, you're the heart of the stream and that's never getting old. Now let's get into it, yeah, we ride on time. With you by our side, every night's a prime. Yeah, we out here holding it down. This community's love, wear it like a crown.
before we dive in.
Let me show some love, you know. Yeah, flow.
Turn on the stream, feel the energy rise. Shout out to the fam, the ones in the skies. Every comment, every laugh keeps the vibe alive. You're the heartbeat of the chat, yeah, we thrive. Pulling up each night, ready to roll, you make this place lit. Body and soul, vibes in the back, heavy lifting, they don't play. Keeping it smooth, watching traffic every day. Peacekeepers on alert, holding down the fort. Crew full of love, every stream they support. To the chat, to the crew, yeah, we shine bright. Are the backbone of the night, holding us tight. To the members, true believers, making it real. You're the pulse in our heart, let's do the deal. To the chat, to the crew, yeah, we shine bright. Are the backbone of the night, holding us tight. To the members, true believers, making it real. You're the pulse in our heart, let's do the deal.
We see you dedicated, going the extra mile. Not just watching you invested, that's the style.
Lights on, vibe strong, every show's a hit. Community together, can't take a minute to quit. You keep us going, no watered down vibe. From the chest to the miles, know we thrive.
Major respect to the ones who keep it clean. Clean up crew rolling, y'all know what I mean. Don't try it today, they say with a glance. Bringing peace to the chaos, giving us a chance. To the chat, to the crew, yeah, we shine bright. Y'all the backbone of the night, holding us tight. To the members, true believers, making it real. You're the pulse in our heart, let's do the deal. To the chat, to the crew, yeah, we shine bright. You're the backbone of the night, holding us tight. We don't live.
Just know this is true. We appreciate every single one of you. This is our moment, community's the key. Let's get it poppin', let's set the stream free. So here's to the chat mods and members like, oh, you're the heart of the stream and that's never getting old. Now let's get into it, yeah, we ride on time. With you by our side, every night's a prime. Yeah, we out here holding it down. This community's love, wear it like a crown.
Yeah. Yeah, he should've. Yeah, 15 years old, trapped in the storm. Eddie faced the world, trying to keep warm. Caught in the system, had nowhere to go. D.A. Riley stepped up, but didn't feel the flow. Tried him as an adult, like he was a beast. But Eddie was just baby, still searching for peace. The court didn't listen, judgment was fast. But deep down inside, Eddie knew we'd outlast. Eddie should've got rehabilitated. In a youth center, they underestimated. But he rose from the ashes, turned pain into drive. Changed policies, kept the hope alive. Riley thought he drowned, thought he'd get crushed. But that young heart post never lost that rush. Locked up in a cell, thought he wouldn't survive. But Eddie found the strength to help others thrive. So he spoke up for those who couldn't be heard. Gave a voice to the voiceless, spitting truth with his words. Redefined the prison, made the system rethink. From broken to whole, he showed them their link. Eddie should've got rehabilitated. In a youth center, they underestimated. But he rose from the ashes, turned pain into drive. Changed policies, kept the hope alive. Maybe it's fate, maybe it's a plan. Sent to light the way, like a guiding hand. God's designed to minister the broken souls. Eddie walked the path, made the system whole. From the dark of despair to the light of the truth. Eddie's life story, the wisdom of youth. Changed the laws, brought awareness to the game. Now prison standing tall, never feeling the same. So when you see a kid with a troubled past, remember Eddie's fight, how he rose from the crash. He's more than the case, he's a beacon of light, proving every single.
In the courtroom lights, truth's gonna bend. Heffernan standing tall, trying to defend. Said it looked bad on paper, but it's all deeper. Politics lurking, call it a grim reaper. Eddie was just a kid, caught in the fray, but the power players had a game to play. From day one, they wanted him to fall. A kid in the spotlight, crushed by it all. Heffernan knew the truth. No, it ain't fair. Politics behind the scenes, no one would care. Guilty or innocent, the verdict was set. Justice wasn't blind, it was a political bet. Dr. Bonham was chosen, thought he would be right, a face of fairness in that long, dark night. But the DA smiled wide, played both sides slick. Heffernan thought neutral, but maybe that's the trick. Eddie's fate sealed with a stroke of a pen. My ruling was sound, but the world turned again. They needed him guilty to fit their plan, change the laws mid-game. Oh, what a scam! Heffernan knew the truth. No, it ain't fair. Politics behind the scenes, no one would care. Guilty or innocent, the verdict was set. Justice wasn't blind, it was a political bet. Juvenile court, he should have stayed there. 20 years, not a slap, but no one would care. System in panic cause he stood his ground, but the wheels of justice just turned him around. They wanted Eddie down, they wanted him lost. With the stakes so high, he paid the cost. Heffernan's truth rang clear in the dark, tried to bring light, but it missed the mark. Eddie, a kid caught in a game, lost in the shuffle, society's shame. So here's a lesson carved deep as stone: justice shouldn't wear a political tone. Heffernan stood firm, knew it wasn't just in a world focused on power. Who can you trust? Heffernan knew the truth. No, it ain't fair. Politics behind the scenes, no one would care. Guilty or innocent, the verdict was set. Justice wasn't blind, it was a political bet. So let's remember as the story unfolds, the tales of the innocent, the truth yet told. Heffernan knew the truth, and it cuts like a knife in the courtroom of power. What's the cost of a life?
Alrighty then. All these songs that we have for Free Eddie they all tell a unique story. They all tell a story. Hey, 2 cents. I gotta work in a couple hours too, you know. Actually, I don't have to go to work until like 8:30, 9 o'clock, so. He sure is, huh, Joe? Gary liked her drugs. Ah, I like that one. That is true. I like to sell them. Did Janet catch them in the basement? Oh, I'm glad to hear that Eddie is excited for Friday. Oh, absolutely. Obviously, Adi was a weirdo back then, too. He was the older freak that sold drugs to the kids in the neighborhood. Mom said he had a white cat on JFK. Yes, he did. Many crimes start out as accidents, and yes, and then it gets just out of hand. And of course, Joe's grandmother was a very smart lady. Told her very young, Joseph, never measure a man on how he acts when times are good. Measure a man on how he acts when times are bad. When the times are tough, you find the real ones. That's right. My mom used to say some shit like, you measure a man when it's cold outside. You know what I mean? How long he could stick it out in the cold. Basically the same thing. It's easy to stick it out in the nice weather. God bless to JoJo's grandma, man. Sound like a great, great lady. Grandmas are angels, man. Nothing like a grandmother. But I think with goofball Adi, right? I mean, it's always chaos with this guy, right? But you know what I don't understand? I don't understand how, and I say this a lot, I don't understand how people can like be like free Eddie O'Brien and then go simp with Adi. I just don't understand how people can be like, "Hey, Adi, you know how you doing? I feel bad for you. You know, you stubbed your toe. You know, or this is going on. Oh, Adi, how was Disney?" It's just hard to understand. You know, I mean, maybe me being loyal. If I'm loyal to Eddie, I'm loyal to Eddie. I'm not gonna go and conversate with somebody that's, yeah, you know, being very negative to my friend. Does anybody know how I feel? Let me know in the chat. I'm curious how people feel about that. Yeah, more than one crime with that guy. Nothing but chaos. I want to get caught up in the chat, so maybe we can, stay around with each other. I don't get it either, Mike. No, I just don't get it. I mean, there's a lot of frustration. No, it's really hard to understand how people can do that. I mean, because I feel, how can you be free Eddie and then go simp for Adi? I think there's a special kind of confusion that hit you when you watch people scream Free Eddie with their whole chest, right? And then turn around and go simp with Adi Ortiz. Like he's a patron saint of truth telling. It's the kind of confusion that makes you just sit back and rub your fucking head and wonder if people are reading documents or just vibing with whoever talks the loudest. I mean, it's got to be psychological. I mean, Eddie's case is complicated, right? Timelines, forensic contradictions, transfer politics in there, media distortion, a judge that ignored his own friggin' logic and standards. It requires reading, thinking, processing. And then you got an Adi narrative. It's a one-liner. I was there. I know what happened. The judge convicted him. People don't choose the truth, bro. They choose the easiest homework assignment. I mean, bro, you can contradict yourself for 31 years straight, but if you deliver it with a chest full of bravado, people nod along like you're reading scripture, bro. The inconsistencies that this guy has had, and that ain't even counting the last screenshots that we had of what he was saying in the chat about Eddie. When the Hopper Lounge said, Adi, don't you think if the DNA is not Eddie's, wouldn't you want the real killer to be brought to justice? What did Adi say? Yes, I would. What do you mean, yes, you would? If you believe Eddie did it so bad, you should be like, oh, Eddie is the killer. He said, yes, I would. I'm going to try to find them. I really do, because I think I had them up here. I'm going to have to read them. Unless I could email them to my... Can email them to me? Can you email me them screenshots from the Adi Ortiz file? We even got files over here going on. I mean, I'm pulling from this guy's contradictions, right? His documented claims that conflict with each other, right? And I'll keep it grounded for you guys, responsible, useful for legal education, I'll say. I don't know, storytelling, whatever. But it isn't one lie, Adi. It's 31 years of shifting bullshit, contradictions. Your inconsistent retelling of the night that this happened, but to Janet, especially around Adi, man. You're dealing with narrative drifts, not a single falsehood, Adi. This guy's major inconsistencies. Hey, baby. So Adi's trying to say he was clean, sober, or not using the night of this crime, right? And across different years, he said he was smoking over there in Gina's house, admitted to using substances during that period in his life, denied using anything. Oh, I was clean for weeks, and then say he was clean for months. Then he claimed he was clean the day, but not that week, but not that night. Bro, this is how his timeline drifts. This guy's sobriety claims changes depending on who's listening. And then let's talk about Janet Downing, cat hair versus Audie's clean clothes, right? This is one of the most glaring contradictions. See, Audie claims that he was clean. He had no contact with Janet and wasn't in the house. See, Janet had cat hair on her clothes. Audie denied having cat hair on him, but his statement, whether he owned a cat, whether he was around cats, whether he had cat hair on his clothes, whether it was a litter box, that kept changing over time. Cat hair is transfer evidence, right? If Janet had cat hair and Audie denied any connection to cats, but other statements contradict what Audie said about the cats, and it becomes a credibility issue with Audie. Another friggin' lie. And then it wasn't the cats, and then it was a dog, and then it wasn't a dog, it was a litter box. This guy's statements about his timeline changed when he arrived, when he left. Who did he see? What did he hear? What he did before? What he did after? You see what I mean? And the police couldn't catch on to this over different interviews, right? Podcasts, conversations. He shortened the timeline. He make it longer. He remove people. He'll add people. He told me, Mikey, let's talk one-on-one and I'll tell you the truth. Yeah, right. And how about his claim about what he told, podcasters, including JFK? Audie has told one version privately, a different version publicly, and a third version on different podcasts. He corrected himself. He denied things he previously said on record. I mean, he adjusts the narrative to impress people. He adjusts it to protect himself, right? He wants to distance himself. That's Audie Ortiz. And when someone's story changes based on who's listening, come on, that's a credibility red flag, bro. And over the years, has Audie not said he has had altercations? Oh, I knew Janet well. I barely knew her. I didn't talk to her. I talked to her earlier. She never kicked me out. She liked me. No, she didn't. Then he said, I wasn't close to her. I was close to her. Another problem, drifting. This is where you catch somebody drifting, it's called, when they're lying to you. They're just drifting from one lie to the next, right? They're trying to change the closeness to the victim depending on the narrative that he wants to support. Oh, I'm not that close to her, so he wants to distance himself from her. See, this is all tactical manipulation. And that's what Audie was trying to do. He's trying to play me. And in turn, I'm playing you. And when you line up 31 years of lies, of statements, right, of problems, it isn't one lie, Audie. It's inconsistencies across every category of your story. Your sobriety was a lie. Your timeline was a lie. Your physical evidence was a lie. Your face is a lie.
Yeah. Sorry.
You claim about what you told others. And that is why people say his story don't hold up. Not because one contradiction, but because everything that comes out his mouth, this shit is a lie. I mean, people aren't free Eddie because they understand the case, right? They're free Eddie. Free Eddie's easy, and people don't simp for Adi because he's credible. They simp because he gives them, he's a simple villain, an easy guy, a simple story, a simple emotional character, man. Some people say they actually feel bad for the guy.
I know, I got them going.
I would just rather have him not even in my chat. It upsets Big Ed O'Brien. It upsets Trisha, you know, and it's like, so no problem. I respect that enough where I have no reason to talk to the guy. You know, I don't need to get him on my show. I don't need to get any of his people on my show. I believe what I believe, man. I believe Eddie is innocent, you know, and I'm not going to get into what I think happened, who I think killed Janet, but I think it was somebody in on that side of the family. And I say that because of the blood work, you know, that was taken when that blood analysis ended up lying, you know, but in her original notes, she said the blood that there's two bloods here. One is Janet. The other one could be any one of the Janet family members, or it could be Adi Ortiz, and they don't even test that shit. You know, Adi tries to say, I saw this, I know this, I was there, I'm the truth teller. But what did you say last time? I can't bring him up because I don't have him, unless somebody can email him to me. But I have, I mean, but a lot of folks don't care about Eddie. They care about being close to a story. Some people could care 2 cents about Eddie. Yep, caught in lie, lie after lie. No, if you guys want to come up with, that's fine. I just, as the host of the show, I just don't want to put. It's not my job to be out there solving crimes. Adi shows his own guilt by still, after 30 years, popping up on everything. Adi was born stoned. I like that one. I doubt the trash bag hasn't been clean or sober ever. Everything he says is a lie. His prints are over every platform or thread that even mentions Eddie's name. Absolutely. And let me go back and I want to Let's see, is this them right here? Nope. Close. Ah, my phone just died. Yes. Damn. Anyway, he was in JFK's chat, right? And there was questions being asked, and they asked him that, Adi, if the DNA is not Eddie's, if Eddie's DNA is not there, do you think that they should catch the real killer? And he said, yes, absolutely. And he was asked that a couple different times. And there's a few people, I think Erin was here in the chat that she heard it. A couple other people heard it. My phone is not on right now, so of course I can't pull it up. But yes, he uses different names, different aliases, different accounts, different timelines, different stories and excuses, trying to legitimize his situation. Blah blah blah. A few times in the chat, Audio Tease does that to me. He even said, how's Mikey? So he knows who's really for Eddie. Fucking Audie, man. There you go. That's so creepy. I don't watch people who allow him in the chat. There you go. I don't allow him in here because there's nothing to say to him. And how could I say, shout out to Eddie, or how could I say that I'm cool with Big Ed O'Brien if I'm gonna let this guy? I don't rock like that. If I'm cool with you, I'm cool with you. You know what I mean? Like, nah, I don't play the neutral role too well. Right? Why would anyone feel bad for a drug dealing loser who is more than likely involved in this situation? Yes.
Amen.
That's why I love your channel, Mike. You aren't wasting our time listening to his insults and lies. How did you get there before the ambulance? Very, very good. Thank you, D. Appreciate that. Yep, I'm just catching up with the chat now, and I'm going to go over there and get it. Oh, shit. Goddamn. Yeah, I'm going to go there and check right now. Download screenshots done. All right. I mean, and they offered him up to $3,000, which I was like, wow. I was like, 3Gs, things must be doing pretty good. For 15 minutes. I was like, yo, if I was Adi, I would have talked to him for 15 minutes, told him a whole bunch of nothing, and got my money and bounced. I would have beat feet. Yeah, imagine all them cabbies. All them cabbies back in the day was selling the shit. That's like, of course, you call the cab. Or I know in my city, in Providence, all the cabs back in the day were hustling crack. All the cabs, they were hustling dope. They were hustling crack. You call a cab, you get a cab fare down the street, you do the transaction inside the cab. Nobody sees anything. The cab drops you off. You know what I mean? Easy as that.
We had a lot of folks that have his cabbies who stalked Janet and to harass her. And now he's playing an innocent and he's been guilty the whole time.
And his car being blocked in, you know, a lot of things are just all right. Let me pull up where I have to go. Let me see. Let's see. Yep, absolutely. Eddie was framed. I can just download each one of these then. Okay. That's what I have to do then. I don't want y'all to see who sent them to me. You know, I just got this computer and like storage is already full on it. Come on, get out of there, you. Here we go. And I think this is the last one. All right. Yeah, and that's why Michael's book is the politics. Yes, exactly. So let me see. Okay. All right, let me get this down. All right, there we are. I agree. That ain't the one. This one said, Adi, I have a few theories, but I think you know more than I do, so I won't accuse anyone and just let it play out. I know, I'm getting to it. So we agree, JFK. If it's not Edge, it's not me. I have no clue who it is or what it is. All right, Aaron, how can you say you sad for Aaron but not Paul and Ryan? That ain't the one either. Okay, thank you. We'll find it. We'll get to it. He said, never Eddie tell Jay Brill that I was in the house. He said that was a lie. Audie was saying that Eddie never told Jay Brill that he was in the house. Artie, if Eddie didn't do it, if DNA isn't his, who do you think it was? He says, I have no clue. Right? So wouldn't he say right away, like, Eddie, it's Eddie. Eddie did it. Eddie did it. He should have just meant Eddie did it. But he said, I have no clue. If it wasn't Eddie, I don't know who it was. Interesting, huh? Artie.
Cellmark, your chosen lab expert in the game. Tested the blood, telling the world the name. Eddie O'Brien, they said with conviction, but the truth came out like a hidden addiction. DNA tested, but what did it show? Excluded my man in that courtroom flow. Not a maybe, not a doubt, they sealed the fate. How you sell that story when the evidence won't wait? Stabbings and chaos, the narrative spins, but the DNA's whispering, where do we begin? You're trying to pin the blame, but you're missing the mark. Eddie's outside, lit up, nothing but dark. Can't blame the dog when it wasn't even home. This ain't a fair fight. Eddie's been alone. Janet Downing's world, blood on the slate, but the night's truth waiting can't seal Eddie's fate. How do you even tell when facts slip away? We dance round the lies like the night turns to day. Lights dim down, jury on pause in the courtroom theater. I'm just a part of the cause. You're trying to pin the blame, but you're missing the mark. Eddie's outside, lit up, nothing but dark. Can't blame the dog when it wasn't even home. This ain't a fair fight. Eddie's been alone. Oh, chaos in the streets, but the truth won't die. You can try to twist the knife, but look me in the eye. Exclusions in the lab, but you still wanna shout. Did it run through your veins? What's this all about? You're trying to pin the blame, but you're missing the mark. Eddie's outside, lit up, nothing but dark. Can't blame the dog when it wasn't even home. This ain't a fair fight. Eddie's been alone. You believe in the shadow, but the light's never wrong. Eddie O'Brien's excluded. That's where you belong. How you gonna sell that story? Leave him out in the cold, in the echoes of justice. The truth's always bold.
There's one other one I'm looking for.
Cellmark, your chosen lab expert in the game. Tested the blood, telling the world the name.
Even that one. The other one was from the harbor and asking Artie, like, just about the same question.
Eddie O'Brien is said with
That
conviction,
RN asked him, and it responds
but the
that
truth came out like a hidden
he
addiction.
has no idea. Like,
DNA
Oh, here it was. Super easy.
But
Oh,
what did it show?
I have no clue.
Excluded my man in that courtroom flow. Not a maybe,
Eddie
not a
didn't do
doubt.
it.
They sealed the
DNA
fate.
isn't
I can
his.
sell that story
Who
when
do
the
you think
evidence
it
won't
was?
wait.
And Adi says, I have no clue.
Stabbings
That
and
says a
chaos,
lot
the
right
narrative spins, but the DNA's whispering. Where do we begin? You're trying to paint.
Sorry I wasted your time looking for all that, but that says a lot because all these other times, Adi was like, oh, Eddie did it. A court of law convicted him. That's all they can tell me. A court of law convicted him. No, don't tell me that. Tell me because there was DNA on him because his blood was in the house. Well, the Commonwealth said it was in the house, and the Commonwealth said a lot of things. The Commonwealth said, right, that it could be somebody else or it could be contaminated. No. Selmark said Eddie O'Brien is excluded, right? Excluded. When you look up the truth about Eddie O'Brien, right? And when we go to, is it evidence? When we go to evidence and we go to serology test, right? We go to serology test and we look up the actual serology test. And I think this is like the first page. I can get this on the screen for you. So basically what we are going to be looking at in just a second, here we go, is the serology breakdown. Nope, that's not it. Yeah, back up. How the hell did that happen? Shit. Hang on, guys. Damn, everything got disconnected. Shit. Try to finish this up. I'm going to bring up one of the blood tests. And I think that this changes. What the frick? Oh, I see. I had 2 rooms going. The other one had like 10 people in it. No, this one has the original. All right. Sorry about that, guys. Sorry about that. Okay, so everybody should see this right now. All right, now let's get the comment out of there. Eddie is a real strong guy, just for him to be able to deal with all that stress up there, being incarcerated and not act out on anybody and not like break anyone's friggin' neck. Because let me tell you, that place, man, you just want to be, sometimes you just got to be bad. You just got to act the hell up, man. You just get fed up with people. But now, when we're talking about this test, this particular test, you thought the DNA was some shit. When people talk about this case, they throw around opinions, right? They throw around 30 years of some bullshit, right? Narratives. And buried inside of all the paperwork, right? I even skipped it. It went right over my head. I didn't even see this. I was kicking myself in the ass for like, why didn't I see that? That was like right there in my face. Right. So when I was going through this, it's a story that nobody has taken time to go over. No one has taken time to explain. And this report from the State Police Crime Lab, oh my goodness, is this a nugget? It's one of the most important nuggets in the entire case, I think. And once you break it down, once we expose the patterns of inconsistency, the contamination, the questionable reporting, right, that directly affects who could have contributed blood at the crime scene, right? Now let's walk through it. Not like a lab robot, like a friggin' person. What this report actually is. What is it? Well, it's a serology report from August 7th, 1997, and it was created by chemist Mary Kate. We'll call her Mary Kate for sure. Right? The same chemist who later lost her damn job for being fired, I think, back in 1997. And it compares some known blood samples, Janet, right? Eddie, Paul Sr., Paul Jr., Ryan, and Adi Ortiz. Right? Now, the question samples collected from the crime scene, the floors, the stairs, the doorway, the clothing, right? Items that were in the cellar, right? And then their whole plan was to identify who could have put what blood stain where. That was what their job is. So, an easier version of this shit would be like Janet Downing. Let me see if I can, here we go. You might understand this a little better. Let me put this up in the chat for y'all. And I'm just putting up everyone's blood type, basically. So, Janet was an AB, right? Just A, B. Yeah, I should have put spaces in between there, huh? Eddie O'Brien, suspect. I'm sure you all figure it out. Right? So, Eddie O'Brien was an O, was type O. Paul Downing Sr. was A. You know, his blood type was A, right? So Ryan Downing was A. Paul Downing Jr. was B. And Adi Ortiz was also B. Hey, wait a minute, Paul. Adi, your daddy? Is that your daddy? Because your daddy has A. And you have B. But they are twins, so just kidding. Each person has a unique combination, like I explained, right? ABO blood type, you got PGM, I guess. There's, I don't know, EAP, a couple other friggin' alphabets that really we don't need to know right now. And I guess that these things help determine who could have contributed each stain. I don't know. This is what they say. A lot of this shit was way over my head. Maybe I sound good explaining it. But these samples and why they matter, and I think is because where shit gets friggin' messy, is that the report lists dozens of items from the crime scene, right? Floors, stains, doors, frames, clothing, cellar items. I mean, all kinds of shit. But the shocker is almost every stain in the house could have come from multiple Downing family members and Adi Ortiz. It didn't say Eddie O'Brien. It says almost every stain in the house could have came from multiple Downing family members and Adi Ortiz. Right? So not Eddie, not exclusively Janet, because Janet has AB. Right? But a mixture of Janet, or they said it could have been one of the Downing members. It could have been Paul Sr., Paul Jr., Ryan, or Adi Ortiz. This is very critical because the prosecution spun the narrative was that Eddie's present was the only, get it? Was the only explanation for blood patterns, and because Bob George didn't understand any of this shit, and he didn't have none of the actual file or the actual paperwork, well, guess what? Riley could say whatever he wants. And the report revealed something serious, right? Chemist Mary Kate changed at least one result between her lab notes and her official report. Right? And in her lab notes, she writes down item 44-1 as an A antigen, which is a +3, and a B antigen, which is a +4. Now that's two separate bloods, A, B. Different intensities, right? A mixture meaning more than one contributor. But in Mary Kate's official report, she changed it to just AB. No, it was A, B. Okay, that makes sense, but she changed it to A, B to make it look like it was only Janet. AB is Janet's blood type. See, that switch transformed a mixture, I guess, involving multiple possible contributors into a single source, right? Pointing to Janet. That's changed forensic conclusion. Like, that's big shit. You know why that matters? Because the house was full of mixed blood from multiple Downing family members. It makes me scratch my head, though. Not just Janet, not just Eddie, not just one person. Audie Ortiz blood profile matches multiple question stains. This is in the state's paperwork, people. This ain't anything that, this is all the state's paperwork, right? Audie also appears repeatedly as a possible contributor in different places of the house. Now, Eddie's blood type, which is O, appeared in a very few question samples, which kind of made you saying, huh? And when it does, it's often mixed or inconclusive, because maybe it was in them 2 vials that was in that top shirt pocket, huh? Of when the guy went back to the crime scene with Eddie's blood. Is that how Eddie's blood got in the house? I mean, are you picking up what I'm laying down? And when it does, it's mixed or inconclusive. They can't get a reading on it. That's strange, right? And the chemist changed the mixture into a single source AB stain. It was A, B. That's not sloppy. That's criminal. That's case altering. A lot of these samples were marked. NQQ was basically not tested. Quantity limited. They didn't actually know what those stains contained. And I think when you look back and you look at the entire picture, right, when you strip away all the science bullshit, the report tells a story that contradicts Riley's bullshit, right? The crime scene was not a clean single source blood environment. Everybody was in and out of there. You heard Regina talk about it. Multiple Downing family members' blood was present throughout the house. Audie Ortiz's blood profile appears as a possible contributor in a few locations. And Eddie's blood does not dominate the scene. There's only a couple little drops here or there, and it's suspect. Now, if I could point this out, who am I? You know what I mean? I'm the dude that had to go back for his GED, that didn't graduate high school, that dropped out. Ain't no lawyer, ain't no scientist. I don't have no big fancy degree. If I could see this shit, they couldn't see it. Bob George couldn't see it in 96. Shit, can I get my law license? Like I said, the chemist later lost her position at the lab. The feds shut him down. The FBI. I'm not speculating, people. This is all in the paperwork. Thank you, Aunt Jerry. I appreciate that. Can't see what you're not looking for. That's right. But it's right there, man. And when I seen that, it jumped off the paper and it hit me. And I was like, wow. The lying bitch. I was like, all she did was take the camera out. It was actually kind of smart. And then, like, these grimy people, right? They caught him back in 1997. They let grapists get away because they didn't submit the paperwork in time. They buried it. They let these friggin' grapists get away and pass statutes of limitations because they had a personal grudge against females. And later fired and hopefully arrested. It wasn't a clean place. Adi Ortiz, his blood appeared as contributor in numerous spots. What's he gonna say? You're lying? I'm not lying. The crime lab is lying, right? It ain't me, buddy. You lying, buddy. Eddie is innocent beyond, and Eddie is innocent. There should be nothing else that is keeping you, on whatever mountain you're on. Eddie's defense just couldn't comprehend what it took to get this done. They never got the chemist original notes. Like, huh? The chemist later lost her position at the lab, got fired, may have got arrested. But man, it's been a real ass pleasure day. Yo, we going up on 5.5 hours, man. Thank you, everybody who helped me out. Big shout to 2 cents for the 5 gifted memberships. Any more memberships before we leave? Can we force any more memberships? I'm Jerry with 100 jewels. I'm Jerry with 2 more jewels. But I appreciate everybody. Me and wifey over here, thank you. But yeah, there you have it, man. So not only the DNA, we broke down the cell mark DNA. I also broke down the damn blood for y'all. All right, you got drop out. Huh? How about that? I'm actually proud of myself. I really am. I am. You know what? I'm gonna pat myself on the back. Nah, but free Eddie, man. It's the man deserves to be free. The man deserves to be free. And you can't trust shit Adi Ortiz has to say. Nothing at all. You can't trust nothing that guy has to say. But we already know that. When people talk about Eddie O'Brien case, tell them this. Show them this when they say, well, how is he guilty? Say, how? No, they say, how is he innocent? Say, no, asshole, how is he guilty? You know what I mean? I'm sick of being nice about it. You know what I mean? It's just kind of like, bro, look at all the bullshit that went on in this case. How is he guilty? Shit. And he's been up there for 31 friggin' years. Adi repeatedly stated, he didn't use drugs, he didn't get high, but then he's smoking with Gina's kids. He denied using anything. Oh, I've been clean for weeks. I've been clean for months. And Jana had hair on her, right? At the funeral, this guy shaved his friggin' head. Come on, man. Now you can go in the chat tonight, Adi, and you could simp. Because you have lied so much over the last 31 years. You showed up to parole hearings, and then you say this shit that, oh, I hope they catch the real guy, or some shit like that when someone questioned you on that. and the whole shit with Higgins, and it's just crazy. People, I'll catch you all tomorrow, man. Please share this. Send it to your friends. Send it to your cousin, your boss, your supervisor. Send it to your attorney. Tell them I'm giving out classes. $69.99. I can teach your attorney. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, give me a minute, man. We'll come back with a little closing remark. And listen, I want to see you all Friday. You know what I mean? I want to see you all Friday. You already know Friday is going to be I can't say high day. You know what I mean? But check it out. Look at this. Can we keep it real? And Harbor Lounge is going to be at the VFW in Somerville, Massachusetts from 6 to 10 p.m. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. How about that, huh? I appreciate each and every one of y'all. It's so hard to get off these streams because you guys are so friggin' cool and so, laid back. Right, babe? And they're like, you guys are like the best chat. You just parlay and sit back and chill. Don't even get mad at each other. We just laugh it off. Well, you guys are great. I really appreciate y'all. Thank you for anybody that donated today, that donated this week, that plans to hit up the Venmo. You can hit the Venmo. Can we keep it real? One word. You know what it is? But our goal is to get Eddie home with his parents, right? That's what we want to do. We want to get him home with his parents. The identical twins, fraternal twins, may or not. I just had to look it up. Yeah. One has A and the other has B. Unless there was something kooky going on in the hen house. Deep level corruption all the way around. But yeah, y'all are great, man. This could not go wrong for Riley, no matter what this was. I know it, JoJo. Think about it. All the shit that was messed up in this case. I appreciate that, my friend. I really do, man. Salute to you guys. And thank you, Aunt Jerry. And tell Trisha and tell Eddie Snacks we said hello. And they can't be in every stream. It's just too much for them. It's too overwhelming for them to hear it every day. But they understand why it has to be done every day. They understand. But Eddie and Trisha just can't be. They just can't listen to that every day. It probably hurts. so much, you know. But man, I'll be right back with a little closing monologue. But don't forget, check it out. Can we keep it real in Harbor Lounge, August 7th, 6 to 10, the VFW. Security at the door. We'll be right back. That's lit right there. We'll be right back.
Not promote or promotion any illegal activities. All content provided by this channel is meant only for educational purpose only.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Late night whispers in a darkened room. Janet Donna's fate, sealed with impending doom. A house once safe, now a stage for dread. Struggled for her life, but its demons fed. Oh, shadows of deceit where truth gets lost. Innocence shattered at an unholy cost. Eddie in the frame, but the signs aren't clear. Blood on the walls, but something's amiss here. Something's amiss here. Dragged up and down, her cries fill the air. Stabbed 98 times, so much pain to bear. A bride sliced and torn, left in disarray. But tell me why is Eddie still in play? Witnesses watched, but the story's a mess. 5 to 7 minutes, can't nobody guess. Oh, shadows of deceit where truth gets lost. Innocence shattered at an unholy cost. Eddie in the frame, but the signs aren't clear. Blood on the walls, but something's amiss here. No, something's amiss here. No forced entry, he didn't have the keys. But Ortiz lurked and shadows crafted his schemes. Haunted her life with promises of pain. Days before her death, her fears were in vain. DNA whispered secrets that can't be denied. Fingerprints left untraced, trust misapplied. As items disappeared, paranoia grew. Janet's voice echoing, begging for truth. Oh, shadows of deceit where truth gets lost. Innocence shattered at an unholy cost. Eddie in the frame, but the signs aren't clear. Blood on the walls, but something's amiss here. So remember her name, yeah. Let the story unfold, and justice still lingers. A heart left cold, a Janet down and fight. We won't let it fade. For every unsung victim, justice must be made.
That was on point. You know, I wish I found the picture a little sooner, but now we have it, man. Rest in peace, to Janet. I don't want Janet to get lost in all this, because Janet Downing was friends with Eddie O'Brien Sr., Mr. O'Brien, Miss O'Brien, mother of his friend. So we don't want Janet to get lost. We definitely don't want Janet to get lost in all this. Man, great show, people. Thank you. And inconsistencies of a shithead, 31 years later, it's a long time, right? Long enough for a child to grow into an adult. Long enough for a community to heal, maybe rebuild. Long enough for the O'Briens to stay on Boston Street for 30 years. Because they knew they didn't have to run from anything.
It was on the truth. So let's make it.
Because for 31 years, one thing has been consistent with the O'Briens. Their story never changed. And for 31 years, one thing has been consistent about Adi Ortiz, and that's the inconsistencies. You see? Every time the story is retold, Adi's details shift. Every time a new platform hands him a microphone, the timeline bends, right? A podcast asks a question, answers are rearranging themselves like furniture in a house he's trying to redecorate. He says he was clean that night, but then he's using that night. He said he was clean for weeks, then months, Then I don't remember. Sobriety isn't supposed to be a sliding scale, Adi. But somehow, it always is with this guy. He says Janet had a cat. He says he didn't. He said he wasn't near Janet. He said he barely knew her. He said he knew her well. Make up your mind, bro. He said he wasn't close to the family. But then he said he was close enough to know everything. Like Kevin Kev says, what about the fucking dog, Adi? 31 years. He tells one version to a friend, another version to the cops, right? Another one to the garage, another one to JFK, right? And when the new contradictions catch up, he denies the version he already told last year, last month, last week. I don't know. 31 years of this dude, man. But here's the part that people don't want to admit, right? If your story changes depending on who's listening, it's not a story, man. It's Adi's performance. Adi's been performing to y'all for all these years. And if your details change depending on if people are putting pressure on you, that's not true. That's survival. Adi's lies are just surviving, man. But, yo, thank you. I really appreciate it. Because if you're not following facts, you're following nothing. You're following nada. You need to be following confidence, right? Especially the young kids out there. Follow volume. Follow whoever sounds the most, that's the person that's going to give you the best opportunity in life, man. But remember, certainty isn't truth, man. Consistency is. And for 31 years, one thing Adi Ortiz has never been is consistent. I'll talk to y'all tomorrow. Free Eddie. We out of here. We're going to end this with another jam. to Janet. I like that one.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Late night whispers in a darkened room. Janet Donna's fate, sealed with impending doom. A house once safe, now a stage for dread. Struggled for her life, but its demons fed. Oh, shadows of deceit where truth gets lost. Innocence shattered at an unholy cost. Eddie in the frame, but the signs aren't clear. Blood on the walls, but something's amiss here. Something's amiss here. Dragged up and down, her cries fill the air. Stabbed 98 times, so much pain to bear. A bride sliced and torn, left in disarray. But tell me why is Eddie still in play? Witnesses watched, but the story's a mess. 5 to 7 minutes, can't nobody guess. Oh, shadows of deceit where truth gets lost. Innocence shattered at an unholy cost. Eddie in the frame, but the signs aren't clear. Blood on the walls, but something's amiss here. No, something's amiss here. No forced entry, he didn't have the keys. But Ortiz lurked and shadows crafted his schemes. Haunted her life with promises of pain. Days before her death, her fears were in vain. DNA whispered secrets that can't be denied. Fingerprints left untraced, trust misapplied. As items disappeared, paranoia grew. Janet's voice echoing, begging for truth. Oh, shadows of deceit where truth gets lost. Innocence shattered at an unholy cost. Eddie in the frame, but the signs aren't clear. Blood on the walls, but something's amiss here. So remember her name, yeah. Let the story unfold, and justice still lingers. It's a heart left cold, a Janet Downing fight. We won't let it fade. For every unsung victim, justice must be made. Oh yeah. Oh no.
In the halls of the state, they were building a stage. They had a timeline to meet, had to turn the page. Tom Riley needed a conviction to seal his name. So they locked all the exits and started the game. But the Constitution says the scales must be fair. You can't hide the truth just to trap a boy there. They took the exculpatory proof, locked it away deep in a cardboard cage, out of the light of day. Oh, they locked it all up in the Brady box, secured by a system of political locks. They hid the unsealed notes, they hid the design to keep an innocent man doing 30 years of time.